There you go. Okay, good morning, everyone. We are on the clock, so I will call this meeting to order. DeKalb County Commissioners, and today's date is February 5th, 2024. Good morning, Dottie.
Good morning. Yeah. And let's see, I had emailed the OSHA log that I needed signed, and I did not bring an extra copy. So we'll need to get that, probably, whatever you guys need to do. That is the listing of the incidents that we had in 2023 that met a certain criteria. We have to post that every year for all of our employees to know what incidents happened. And so we just need an official signature on that.
Okay. I got it.
Yeah, there you go. Down on the. Yeah.
Just depends how you flip that page.
Yeah, they kind of hide it, don't they?
Well, it's signature line.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then after you have signed that, it is posted in all of our county buildings on the bulletin boards. No, we do. Yeah, we do. We have to keep track of any, OSHA has a whole criteria if there are lost time, needle sticks, and if there are deaths, things like that. So the big items, yep, the big ones, yeah. We don't, I know, it's a little odd to call it a recordable or record only. With record only, that's just the thing that IPEP and HR talks about when the employee has, we've had an incident, the employee fills out the paperwork, there's no medical needs at the time, but we have a good baseline that in case the person has to go back, say a week later, oh, my back hurts now, I think it's from when I tripped and fell, that sort of thing.
Gotcha.
Those are the big ones.
Okay. Motion?
Motion to have the president sign the report for injuries for workman's comp, isn't it? Yeah.
Second.
A motion and a second on the floor. Any additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. Motion carries.
No roll call today.
No roll call. I'm still looking for a signature line, Dottie.
You lost the signature line? It's
Awful.
It is, it's awful. There you go.
That is it. Okay.
The next item is department heads have a meeting on Wednesday at 8 a.m. And so who knows all the things that we'll be talking about?
Oh,
All the department heads. So anyway, just an FYI, it will be in the White Room at the Annex.
you attending that, Mike, or?
Yeah.
You will be. Okay.
And another thing is we've been talking about for a while, the wellness event on March the 26th. Now, last year we had 44 people. We had 3 walk-ins, and we had 2 no-call, no-shows. Later on, we found out, situation in the department, they just couldn't get away. Anyway, so we're hoping that we will have between 40 and 50.
What date is that?
March the 26th, and we will start some marketing at the beginning of March.
What time does that start?
That will start like at 6 a.m. So,
If I wanted to do that, can I do that?
yes, it will be for any employees.
Okay. I'd like to try it just
And-
to experience it and see
Yep.
what we get. you know?
Yeah, it will be for any employees, any spouses who are on the health plan is historically what commissioners have agreed to pay for. And as I said, we had, it keeps getting better and better.
Yeah.
Slowly. The cost that we're looking at is, it will be the basic, we'll do the basic biometrics. That'll be, and the county pays for $15. And then we'll do the green package, which is the lipid profile, cholesterol, HDL, LDL, triglycerides, cholesterol, HDL ratio, and then the A1C also. So that's $28 for that. We will allow employees, if they would like to bump it up a notch, they have to pay for it themselves. There are some lab add-ons for vitamin B12 and D and folate and iron, and a protein, that sort of thing. And I think that's an extra $12, but that gets paid directly to Parkview and at the time. It doesn't run through us. So that's good. Anyway, so like I said, I think, because we had 44 last year, I think we could, hit 50.
So is the green package free to the employee then? And
Yep.
then if they want to step it up, it's another $12?
Yeah. Yes.
What date did you say that was?
That is March the 26th. So it will probably be from 6 to 11 a.m. And because it's a fasting blood test. And so most of our employees, even if we rarely have anyone, who's like a second shifter or a third shifter, really. But because of the fasting, most people want to get it done and so that they can eat something. And so HR is usually there about 4:30, and then Parkview shows up about 5 to set up, maybe a little earlier than that, get it all set up so that our employees can run. Last year was far better than the year before. They only had 2 phlebotomists there, and there was an issue with, we had an employee who had kind of tough veins, like right off the bat, and so they worked and worked and worked. Well, that put everybody behind, and so there was almost like a 45-minute wait. So we have addressed that. I talked to Parkview last week about it, and one of the things that they know about us is that we want as much privacy as possible. It's usually held in the White Room, and need to make sure that it's because if you have more than one person at a time, you want to be quiet and you want to make sure that no numbers are ever seen. Yeah, so we make sure that we do that. Yeah. Yep. So moving along on that. Talked about that. And speaking of wellness and healthiness, I'm going to say the gym project, the workout room project. What is happening with that? I've given you all the information that I possibly can, I think. I'm happy to dig a little further if you guys need anything, but I found out who really has the equipment, the state of the room, the building, that side of the building, and what, is offered in the community and if we wanted to set up a system where the employee would sign up, voluntary, and then the county would reimburse them because of a report that they would submit for their utilization.
Didn't we determine the sheriff probably owns that equipment?
Yeah.
So I think,
Yeah.
Brady, that you ought to take control of it, put it on Facebook Marketplace or something, get rid of it if you don't want it. It's old antiquated equipment anyway, right? So that's, I think we ought to get that equipment out of there though and get that building usable for something other than storage equipment that doesn't get used.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that room is usable
Well,
for
at
anything.
least
Yeah.
get it away from
Well-
the liability and
Well,
everything
yeah, I think we
else.
need to stop using it
Yeah.
until we have dive a little bit deeper dive into the
Yeah.
condition.
Yeah, the condition's not that great. But I think, Brady, is that something you could handle to get rid of that equipment for us? Right. What do you think, Bill? Don't you think we ought to just get rid of it? It's just,
There's gonna be,
it's gotta be someone that
Say-
wants it.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Yeah.
put it on Facebook Marketplace for $20 a machine or something, just to get someone to move it, or,
there's a good market for clothes racks.
yeah. They say the most use you get out of home gym is the day you move it in and the day you move it out. That's the most exercise you get, so.
Exactly.
In the clothes rack, right? So,
Yard art.
we don't need a motion for that because it's his, but that would be my advice, Brady. We'd like to get that building vacated and just the liability, and if you could get rid of that, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
So there's probably keys that need to be collected to the building. You probably need to put some signs up so that it's,
Yeah. Yeah, the gym's closed.
right? Because don't people have keys?
Probably.
There used to be some somewhere.
Well, if you had to, you could change a lock.
Yeah.
But, what's there to steal in there? I mean, it's,
I'm just throwing it out there.
yeah, but liability-wise,
Just
just
think
having
the
a key.
liability, the
Yeah.
liability is just
Yeah.
more than what we got enough problems with liability insurance coverage.
Yeah. Yeah.
As far as moving ahead with this, what Dottie mentioned, in addition to that, I can't quite get my head wrapped around that and what that looks like and how we implement that.
Well, yeah, I was kind of for it. After talking to some people, they told me they wouldn't use it, and then a lot of people complained about, they want to, and we took away their treadmill. The other person, another department says, we'd like to have a treadmill too, so, I mean,
Yeah.
where does it end? It's probably everyone should just
Is-
work out if they want to, and if they don't want to.
Is that something, Brady, would you come up to the podium, please, and let's have a little conversation here about that and make sure that mic is on. I thought it just hit me, is that something that maybe should be handled internally with the sheriff's department as far as doing membership at the Planet, or the facility out here on West Edge Mall? Planet Fitness, is that something that should be in your budget, to put into your budget and do membership for the sheriff's department?
I don't think you can offer it to just one department.
No, he's saying, do you want to do it for your department, put it in your budget, not
Yeah,
us,
not
not free. In other words, do your folks work out?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and if, obviously, and I'm thinking too, like the new jail, how we designed the big fitness room and
Well,
stuff.
it'll have all that.
But you know what it costs just to build the fitness room and the equipment and to maintain it for $10 a month?
Well, that's it. And if you take the long view on this, when we went to self-funded on our insurance, I mean, a really huge component of how cost-effective that's going to be is how healthy
Right.
we can keep our workforce. So, I think it's worth considering whether that's a good investment. And, if we leverage that benefit with some motivation and encouragement for everybody to, the people that won't use it, maybe if they're encouraged to use it, or there's some benefit there, we may be able to make some headway with
We
those goals.
Yeah, and we do that though with like smoking, we charged, or do we still charge extra if they, and that doesn't seem to deter the smokers, but I just wonder if the incentive really, I get what you're saying, because I was a proponent of
Yeah,
it.
I
I
know
saw
you
the
were.
benefit
I know
for
you
me
were,
working
yeah.
out, and I love it, but I remember my dad, I was like, Dad, you gotta quit smoking, Todd, I smoke, that's what I do, I don't wanna hear about it anymore. I don't care if it kills me. Well, we know how that worked out, so
But I quit a 3-pack a day habit
Yeah, that's
30
true.
years ago,
Yeah.
so,
yeah, no, that's true.
I guess my question then to Sheriff Brady is, if we decide not to do for all departments funded by the county, would you consider doing it just for your department only? Put it in your budget
I
and
definitely think it's worth exploring the idea of what it would look like. I don't know for sure what it would look like, but if that's a incentive that we can offer for retention, I think that would be, if that's legal for us to help subsidize a membership or pay for a membership for the staff, then worth exploring the idea.
How many employees do you have, Brady?
About 70.
So that would be 700 a month on the cheap plan, maybe a hybrid plan of, hey, you could pick up the monthly, but they gotta pay the yearly fee, because there's a yearly fee on top of that of 49 with Planet Fitness. A lot of people don't know that. Oh, is it for the county?
No, the yearly.
Yearly fee, they have a yearly fee of 49. And then they have the black card at 25 and then $10. So if you did 49 times 70, now you're talking another $3,500 on top of
maybe
that.
there's a volume discount. For instance, if you do the whole,
There's
There
not
isn't.
with Planet Fitness, unfortunately.
There's no volume discount. I can provide Brady with the information that I gave you guys.
Yeah.
My proposal, because I would suggest that this be voluntary, and that there be a utilization and because not everyone can or wants to work out, even though
Right.
it's good for you, and that it's more paperwork that somebody in somebody's department is going to have to track, but that the employee provide a report, if it's monthly or every 3 months or whatever, that they utilized the gym X number of times, then that can be whatever is set up, and that if you do that and you turn in your report, we will reimburse you X number of dollars. So that could be the $10 a month, the membership fee that the employee pays, and forget about that $49 annual thing. Or it could be set up anyway, as long as we don't include it in our health plan. It will be fine if we keep it within just that department. What we're going to have, though, we may have some complaints about other employees going, well, that's a nice perk. How come we don't get it? Well, that's just for the sheriff's office, So anyway, just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to work with the sheriff's office on whatever they, would decide to do. And I'm not sure, because of the information that I got from the Jam Center, the Y, Anytime Fitness and Planet Fitness, there really isn't a volume discount. I had comments that, we have a lot of people who belong to the Y. Problem with the Y is it's not open 24/7. And we have employees who would utilize it off regular hours. So forget about the Jam Center, forget about the Y. It comes down to either Anytime and Planet Fitness. And something else, I would propose that you not say it has to be that particular gym, because then you guys are setting yourselves up for,
Right.
the community going, well, you're
Yeah.
favoritism, so allow, and we have employees who do not live in DeKalb County who may want to go to Orange Theory or another workout facility in another county. And so, if it is that sort of a location, or even I proposed if somebody is a yoga enthusiast, they could get utilization report from their yoga studio. It's wellness, it's fitness.
Those charges, though, in my mind, would have to be comparable to what is available here, close by.
Well, I would propose that you just set
A flat amount.
a flat amount. Yeah, instead of going, well, we'll pay for your gym membership
Yeah, there
because
you
of
are.
that very thing,
Yeah,
Bill. Yeah.
flat
So
amount.
just say, we will do, you either say $15 or up to what your monthly fee. We can really get in the weeds, but I would say just do a set amount and then
And
You
has
know.
anybody verified if this is going to be a fringe benefit and taxable?
it would be taxable. Yes, ma'am.
And, maybe a hybrid plan, let departments decide let the department head decide if they want their employees to have this benefit, possibly. And you know what, if we see a department jumps on it and we see a bunch of results, maybe other departments say, hey, this is working, it's benefiting.
If it's a fringe benefit, you might have to
Offer it to everybody.
offer it to everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Susan mentioned something about that. I would agree,
Okay.
probably.
You go by department, the department have to utilize the refund.
Yeah.
I assume.
Okay,
Exactly.
Yeah.
yeah, that's true.
Let's
Have
really
to
dig
probably be a
into this.
whole, like it'd have to be probably under one area, because then I will have to tax every single employee that decides to do it.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Right.
Let's really give this some serious thought up to the next meeting and get ready to make a decision on this, one way or the other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Worthwhile discussion.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll send you an email.
It's either do or die at some point here.
Yeah.
Let's do it or let it die on the vine. So, okay, Dottie, thank you, Sheriff.
Okay, let's see, hiring. I'll start with mine. I'm collecting resumes. I've been doing some phone screening. I'll get back with you guys about tops.
Code enforcement. Code enforcement,
Yes, as a matter of fact, code enforcement, let me tell you about that.
We got some issues.
Because, there is quite the backlog, I understand, about 17, I think, is what, did he say, tell me, I'm trying to think, if Chris told me that many, maybe he just said 7. But-
It's 17.
Is it 17?
And that's the cleaned up list.
Right, yeah, that's the cleanup list, yeah. So Chris and I have one more interview tomorrow afternoon. And so he would like to make a decision either later that afternoon or on Wednesday so that we can get that one taken care of. I was shocked when he gave me that number. Community corrections, residential facilitator, that, kind of comes and goes. I know that they have some interviews, so that's good. Their administrative assistant, I'm actually doing her onboarding this afternoon. So that'll be good to get that person on board. Although I think it's still a couple weeks away before she's going to start. We're doing onboarding early. Prosecutor's office, there is a deputy prosecutor that they recruited for. They have one selected, and that person will start in March. So that will bring them back up to, where they need to be. Sunny Meadows, their third shift, part-time weekender. We've had a lot of really, really good resumes come through. That weekend position, we have a lot of people who work in caregiving and housekeeping, but they want to, during the week, and they want something on the weekends. So that's why we're getting, some decent resumes there. Central Communications, we have finished collecting our applications, have had about, let's see, there's probably definitely less than 10 completed applications. You guys know you have to jump through a lot of hoops, get your, the big thing is the diplomas. People are going back to their high schools. High schools are different than colleges. Colleges, I need my diploma, I need my, whatever. But they are offering well, sorry, we can't give you a diploma, your copy of your diploma, but here's your transcript. So we've changed the paperwork to say either your diploma or your transcript. So, but you still have to have, we had somebody who had not graduated from high school. And that is really GED or high school diploma. It's what's necessary. So unfortunately, we had to say no to that person. Highway Department, they will be fully staffed. I will be doing their an onboarding this morning when I'm finished here. And then Ben and I talked this morning. We'll probably take, we're going to take down the posting for a while, but then he'll have another person who will be retiring in March. But then we'll refresh it after a few weeks. He did, for some odd reason, last week we had a lot of calls. Hey, could I get an application for the highway department? So I don't know what happened. Floodgates happened. So that'll be great.
Rains
He
and
will be
pours.
fully staffed until March and that retirement. But maybe he'll find somebody a little quicker, and we don't have to repost.
Right.
So, Sheriff's Office, I think we still have the confinement. I think there's just one out there, and we have that posting still out there. Last one would be IT Systems Department. The jail systems administrator posting is out there, and we have had some excellent resumes on that one. So Jack will be looking at that. I think that one comes down today. And then we are talking about another opening. It's another position that he has available. Nobody's leaving. The help desk administrator that he was offered to have that one open. And so we will be probably posting that soon, and that will suffice him for a little while. And keeping in mind that he's going to be retiring the end of this year, so early next year, whichever. And so we're trying to plan ahead and get a good team in place so that when he leaves,
Carry on.
yeah, exactly, which is what you want. So anyway, that's what I have on my agenda today.
Okay. Anybody have anything for Dottie? Todd, Mike, Andrew, Susan?
Nope.
Well, you're
Awesome.
free to go.
Okay.
Out
Okay.
of shackles.
All right.
Good day, Dottie.
Have a good day.
Daddy, do you want to just scan this to me?
Okay, was Chris planning on coming in?
Yeah. Oh, where he's at. He should be here because he
Okay.
sent me
Well,
an email.
We can jump ahead here and pick up some of the miscellaneous, the payroll.
I'll move to approve payroll.
Second.
A motion and second to approve payroll. Are there any additional comments?
Someone's calling in for a comment.
Okay, any additional comments? Hearing no additional comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. Payroll is approved. Claims. Get a chance to read the claims.
Two claims. I'll make a motion to approve.
There he is.
And I'll second.
A motion and second to approve claims. Additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. Claims are approved. Chris, good morning.
You were.
One and pass it around. Enough for everybody.
Brady has a summons for you. He's waiting right there.
I don't need that one. I don't need that one. I like Brady, but I don't need that.
Okay, Chris, what you got?
I've got. I'm now on, sorry. I've got, we discussed this back in November or December, revising our address ordinance to have a little more standards in there as far as street signs and a little more teeth in there for enforcement. Something that we have done and I think I explained to you guys, we've got a little lax on, but we've pushed it, I've pushed it again, is making sure that before we release certificate of occupancies for new houses, those address signs are posted. It's important for emergency personnel, dispatch, police, fire, UPS, post office, the average person wanting to go to their friend's house. So it's important to have these revised. I gave you a highlighted and underlined, crossed out version of some, or of the revisions. Some of it is clerical-ish as far as just updating it to make more sense. Andrew, cover your ears, but lawyery is what I say. Sometimes they get a little lawyery and they add words in there that just don't make sense to the average person. So anyway, I'll go through this page by page. On the first paragraph there, on page 1, I added for the installing of public and private street name signs. We do have private streets in DeKalb County. You guys are probably aware of where they are. And this would just be for unincorporated DeKalb County. It's not for Auburn, Garrett, Butler, any of those. So it's just for unincorporated. But we do have a few private streets even in the county. Copper Ridge Lane is one of them over on by the airport, or just east of the airport is one. San Giovanni Estates is a private road.
Indian Lake Drive.
Indian Lake Drive, yep. And Woodland Trail is a private road. So it's important.
Private? I didn't know that.
Well, it's not maintained by the county. It is a public right-of-way, but it is not maintained by the county.
Okay, all right.
So I think it's important to have even those private streets having signage on there that names those streets. So anyway, the second one is I added this, the county commissioners wish to have continuity in scale, design, size for street name signs. I did, by the way, run this through Ben Parker, Brian Humbarger, and Andrew as well. They've all reviewed it and added their comments in here. Added a definition for what street name signs are. So the posts and the names of the private or public streets, roads, lanes, are similar for the purpose of naming public and private roads that have or will have residents or businesses located on them, which are recognized by the USPS, the DeKalb County Plan Commission, DeKalb County GIS, and Central Communications or Dispatch. There's just some cross-outs there as well. I didn't think you needed to have where in. It's just a structure that persons live in. So again, thank God Andrew didn't write this, but it was very lawyery in the way some of the things were written. Page 2 at the top, again, properly identifying the location of properties within unincorporated DeKalb County. I took out "and properties in which the DeKalb County Plan Commission has zoning authority," because it just needs to be for unincorporated DeKalb County. It doesn't matter who has the zoning authority because we have ETJs. If that's the case, we'd have to list all those, so it just made sense to take it out. Section 2 is all brand new. The street name signs, the minimum requirements. I went through this with Ben Parker to make sure that he gave me the correct information as far as I didn't know how street name signs were created or what the standards are. So requiring in 2.01, requiring every street name sign at the intersection of the two streets and identifying the intersecting street names. So, if you're at County Road 29 and Copper Ridge Lane, you'd have to have a sign, obviously, with the two, like you typically see everywhere else. The street name sign shall be located at the intersection and visible from the road that meets the standards of the Indiana Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. I didn't know what this was, but I have in here as well that anyone that would put these up would have to get them reviewed by the Plan Commission, Highway Department, I think even Central Communications. That way, because I don't know what the standards are, Ben Parker would, so at least it's in there. It's right here. 2.03, the design materials, location, and the required number of street signs shall be approved by submitting the design documents to the DeKalb County Zoning Administrator, and then the zoning administrator will route to the Highway Department, Superintendent, Central Communications, or 911 Director for approval, and then an approval letter must be received before installations. All costs are borne by the applicant, developer, or the property owner. So this would be typically when you're going to be putting in, not at County Road 65 and County Road 29 or whatever, you're not, or 64 and 29, you're not going to have somebody pay for the county road names. But if you're putting in a new private road, you need to make sure that your private road name with that intersecting street, County Road 29, Copper Ridge Lane, would be there. 2.04, any street name that is installed without prior approval and does not meet the requirements of this ordinance, including the Indiana MUTCD, shall be required to be removed and the correct sign be installed. So that would be if somebody decided to put in a wooden post with cutout letters or something like that. If it doesn't meet the standards, we need to make sure that it does. An intersection 2.05, an intersection with a non-conforming street sign that does not meet the standards may continue to be used if it substantially fulfills the intent of the ordinance and adequately identifies the street intersection in the opinion of the DeKalb County Zoning Administrator and the DeKalb County Central Communications or 911 Director. In the event a non-conforming street sign displaying the correct street intersection is approved for continued use under the section, basically they need to be given a letter from the zoning administrator and the copy kept in the Plan Commission office. So basically, if they have something up there that may not be the exact color of green, but it does the reflection, it meets the standard height or typical height, that sort of thing. If the intent is there, it just may be, the letters aren't
Right.
3 inches, they're 2.5, but it can still be legible. It could stay.
Like that.
Yeah, I think gives us a little bit of leeway, but, not too much. 2.06, an intersection with a non-conforming street sign does not meet the standards and does not fulfill the intent of the ordinance and to adequately identify the street intersection shall be replaced. There's some information here as far as the DeKalb County Highway Department who it shall be replaced by. And it's the DeKalb County Highway Department if the street sign is identifying one or more public streets. And the cost shall be borne by the county and the property owner or developer of the subdivision or business if the sign identifying one or more private streets, and the cost shall be borne by the property owner or the developer. So basically, if there probably never would be, because I think if something would happen to them, that would get replaced immediately. But if there's not a sign there, the highway department and the county would be liable for a public road. But if it's a private one and it's not there, then they need to be, or the developer would be responsible. Yep.
Chris, on that 2.06, the first paragraph starting with an intersection. I didn't notice this when I read through it.
Yeah.
It says an intersection, and then if you take out the clause behind it, because the whole clause is non-conforming street sign that doesn't meet the standards and does not fulfill the intent, shall be replaced by, theoretically, the way the English is worded in there, it's the intersections replaced instead of the sign.
Oh. Yeah, the intersection gets replaced instead of the sign.
I mean, I think the gist of it comes through, but
Got you.
I think that language should be changed. I didn't catch it.
Okay, that
A
makes sense.
sign in an intersection
right.
sign is what it should, just put sign in there.
Yeah, an intersection sign that is non-conforming and that does not meet the standard, or something like that, shall be replaced. Yeah. Because you're talking about the intersection sign, but the technical subject of the sentence is
We want the
intersection.
whole intersection replaced.
Yeah, replace the intersection.
We're doing it
Just
all.
thought I'd bring that up.
We're just doing it all.
Move it.
Okay.
That makes sense. Good catch there, Andrew.
Yeah.
Well, my
Thank you.
mother's an English teacher, so
Oh, there you are.
I didn't have much chance.
Just screw up. So that's all for section 2. Again, that's all brand new. And then section 3, again, I took out the section of properties in which the DeKalb County Planning Commission has zoning authority. So that way it just, again, is for all unincorporated DeKalb County. Some of this was just cleanup as far as naming who has the authority or the opinion, removing it from the Plan Commission and putting it to the zoning administrator, just because the Plan Commission, when you think of that, it's the entire body. So we're not going to take every one of these that may not be in compliance to the Plan Commission. We would just do it through via the zoning administrator and the DeKalb County Central Communications or 911 director. I think when this was written originally, the building commissioner's office was separate, and they were responsible for making sure that making sure addresses and street signs were posted prior to certificate of occupancies. Now that's all fully within our office via another ordinance. So I removed the building commissioner in there because they would not have that authority. It would bear on the zoning administrator or the DeKalb County Central Communications. So I changed that in 3.04 in 2 locations, just to clean that up. 3.06 is just, again, cleanup of, because you added section 2, this whole section became section 3, so cleanup of some section numbers there. The next section, again, basically just cleanup of removing Plan Commission and Building Commissioner, and just having the designees be the zoning administrator and then the DeKalb County Central Communications or 911 director. They had on there 3 different bodies that could send an approval letter. This is just above section 4 on penalties. I think giving it to just one person makes it so it doesn't get missed. Whoever would be sending the letter should be the zoning administrator. Section 4 for penalties is something that I went through with Brian Humbarger and the Central Communication, just because revising that to have a little more of a penalty and also less time. Actually, I think that's in the enforcement body, but the penalties we upped from $30 to $50, and they had each month of the continued violation, and we typically have in ordinances that we've done, any new ordinances that I've been part of, is typically you do per day of the violation. So changed it from each month to each day, and again, the $50 violation. And then obviously removed for the purpose of the ordinance what a month constitutes. Because this is an ordinance from the county commissioners, the penalties would be collected by the Plan Commission or the county commissioners. I'd be happy if you wanted to remove the Plan Commission as well and just had it be the county commissioners filing the lawsuit. It doesn't really matter, especially now that the attorney is for both the county commissioners and the Plan Commission. There wouldn't be the discussion points between the two to make sure that whoever would be filing the lawsuit just would probably bring the other into it anyway.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
A concern about the penalty.
Yeah.
We jumped from $30 a month, which would be $1 a day, to $50 a day. Seems like for this kind of violation seems a little bit.
Yeah, I'm working with somebody right now, I won't name what subdivision it is, who I've been trying to get them to be in compliance for 3 months.
3 months.
It's private road, they're very nice homes, but you probably know what I'm talking about. But it started off we're working with the designer to get nice poles that could mount these green address signs. Then it became the manufacturer was having a hard time finding the right poles. Then it became the weather in December has been bad, so we're not going to put them up until the spring. So that's why I put it in there. Bill, I'm happy to change it back to $30 a day, $10 a day. I don't care what the violation fee is.
I think it
just
needs to be more than what it was, obviously, or the $1 a day is not enough in today's world, but
Yeah.
I'm just, what do you guys
Yeah.
think? It too, it's weigh in on this. It was a big jump.
Yeah,
Didn't know
and
if
I
that-
probably, to be honest, for this particular project anyway, or property, it allows us to have some teeth, especially if they're not wanting to come into compliance. He's working with us, at least he responds to emails, the developer, where some people probably, I haven't had this with this gentleman, but some of them might not even respond to emails. So it's just, I don't know, it's up to you guys. It's obviously your ordinance.
What would be an example of someone that's in compliance that has a private road that currently is in compliance with what we have? What would be an addition?
That has a private road?
Yeah, like is Woodland Trail in compliance?
Woodland Trail is in compliance. Actually, Larry Williams lives there, and he's
Okay.
on our BZA. So I did call him and say, hey, just want to make sure y'all are in compliance. And he said they all are. He's on their board.
And I get they
But
want
that's
to-
a public road technically.
Yeah.
But not maintained by the county, so it acts as a private road. I think they actually maintain their road.
Okay.
I don't think the county does, but
The reason why I ask that is I understand them wanting to have a nice, if you have a really nice subdivision, a nice pole, but then again, we're talking about a very small sign and a very small pole. It's not the focal point of the,
yeah. Woodland
and
Trail.
it's not in
It's
the
not a piece
city.
of plywood and
Yeah.
and a
Believe if I'm
Fence
correct,
post.
and I have to go out, I'm meeting with the airport after this meeting, but I could check. I believe Woodland Trail has their own mailboxes, so they mount them on their mailboxes, where this subdivision has a mailbox location at the front of their subdivision.
I've seen
And
that.
so their response was, well, we don't have mailboxes to post these on. I'm like, well, our ordinance requires them to be posted anyway, even if you don't have a post or a mailbox. So,
Yeah, so then they just put
Yeah.
a pole in front of their yard with a
right,
sign.
right.
Yeah.
So, got off track, Bill, sorry. Yeah, I don't care what that violation fee is.
Probably, I think more in line, 50 a day is steep. I mean, we're talking, that's 1,500 a month. Maybe $10 a day would be,
Yeah,
But I think-
Has to be enough to get
and
that
that's jumping
attention.
from 1 to 10, so yeah, I'd say $10.
but it has to be daily because a month
Yeah.
is too long. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well,
I
I
think
mean-
$10 a day would be a fair amount.
Then you gotta break it down to how many days was it, and they're gonna argue, well, it was only 3 days. It
Yeah,
shouldn't
at
be.
50, they're gonna really want to argue, where at $10,
Andrew, how could you, and we may need to revise this, but I'm just thinking, if we did it on a per violation basis because we have in here, one letter is sent out, they have 10 days to correct the violation. If not, a second letter gets out and they have 5 days to correct that violation. So could we do it on a per letter violation? That,
Oh.
if you don't, or
Yeah,
something like that, I don't know.
that
Well,
might
it's-
even be better.
Each day it's wrong.
Because you're right, someone could say, well, you were out there and it's only been not up for 3 days, and I say it's been 5. I mean,
Well, the violation starts before you even send the letter out.
correct. True.
So that's when the penalty's kicking in theoretically.
Okay.
I don't think you say the penalty doesn't start until you've had 10 days to correct. I mean, you probably would do that as a zoning administrator,
Yeah.
not charge the penalty immediately if they're willing to change it within.
Right, correct.
10 days.
Right.
So there's some
But technically, the
discretion there.
violation starts when they don't have it correct.
Because the violation, the penalty would only be enacted if we would have to file a lawsuit, right, Andrew?
Yes, I mean, it's a little
We're not going to
bit
do it.
different than that because to some extent, you have to, well, the penalty, typically, you wouldn't necessarily, I mean, you wouldn't have to do a penalty until you file a lawsuit, and then you
Right.
would calculate how many days of the penalty, yes, I suppose. If you're going to try to collect a penalty at any point prior to suit, then you have to calculate the
Right.
number of days and
Yeah.
say, hey,
Yeah.
you were this many days, and that's what the penalty is.
Typically, what we've done, even with the public nuisance ordinance, we don't we would not, in that letter, say, you have to correct it and pay us $50.
Right.
They correct it and bring us a check for $50. We would just say, you've got 10 days to correct the violation, and we will then send another letter, or
Right.
we can file a suit for $10 a day.
You want to give them
day,
some
whatever.
incentive to
Right.
not have the penalty
Right.
kick in immediately.
Yeah, wouldn't it make sense to send a letter?
We would.
And then the initial letter and give them 10 days, 15 days to correct it or whatever, and then say penalties start after the 15th day that's not corrected. You know what I'm saying? Give them some grace period, because some people aren't going to know they're in
Yeah.
non-compliance. And
So, and we can get under the enforcement part, under on section 5 and
4.01.
5.02, that whole, and then 5.21 down to 2.6. We'll go through that.
Okay.
On how that works. And it actually says on 5.25, the Plan Commission shall collect all paid penalties for those suits initiated. So we wouldn't be collecting it if they correct the violation within that first 10-day
I
period.
see, okay.
I mean, maybe you should put a subsection in there that actually says that, like in, I don't know,
Okay.
22 or 23, 24, something like that. It says penalties will start after notice is sent out or something like that.
Yeah.
If
Yes,
not
I think-
corrected.
Yeah, and I think you got to get more than 10 days, and here's why. You send a letter out, they get it, takes them 2-3 days to read it, comprehend. Now you got to order a sign, you got to get someone to install the pole or whatever. I don't think it's fair to tell someone, hey, 10 days, this has to be corrected or penalties start. I think it's more of a 30-day process, because you know how it is when you order stuff, especially custom stuff now. You know, and look what we're dealing with the highway department for a simple electrical switch that they're saying is taking us 26 weeks to get. So
Okay.
I think we got to give a little more grace there. But like you said,
Okay.
there has to be some teeth after that.
Yeah.
I think the grace period needs to be large enough to, but then the penalties need to be stiff after that.
Okay.
I agree.
I see what you're saying. So back to the penalties, if we would swap it to $10 a day, and if we then get into 5.022,
Yes.
violators will be allowed, if we go back to the 30 days.
Yes, I think that's fair.
$10 per day times 30, 10 times 30 is 300? Is that right? My math is horrible, so,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, because I think you can.
So they
then-
could be, so this, it'd be pretty steep then. If
You
they
can
don't do
back-
it within the
Yeah.
month, they're
You-
paying $300.
It's no different than like when you buy something 0% down and you got to
Yeah.
pay it within 6 months and you don't, they back the interest all
Right,
the way to day
right.
one. It's the same thing here. There's a big
Okay.
penalty but I think you have to give enough grace.
Give enough grace period. Okay.
Just to
I'm
be
fine with that.
fair.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll change the penalties then. Are you guys okay to changing that to $10 a day?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll work.
And then a 30-day.
And then we'll change
grace.
that back to 30 back in the 5.02 section. Okay. Back to section 4 then, change that to $10 per day.
You know, and another thing, just to clarify, like this subdivision's looking for the right pole and stuff. They could temporarily install a metal pole
That's what I've told
that
this guy.
complies
Yeah.
with the sign and say, hey, we will then approve your next poll, no problem. And, you know, okay, so they spend another $100, big deal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
That's what I told this gentleman is, I said, I would really appreciate if you would at least get them installed, so it
right. For
meets-
safety.
even if it's a wood pole for right now, they're not,
Yeah.
I hope we're not gonna be plowing much snow anymore. But, you know, even if it's a wood pole with the signs on them, it's fine.
Yeah, just get,
Get it in.
yeah.
Just
Get it in. If you got to drive a rebar through the frost.
Correct.
Yeah.
You should be able to
do
do that
that,
anyway.
you know,
Yeah.
and tie strap it to the rebar.
Yeah.
There's ways of doing it.
4.02 is the penalties collected by any suit of the Plan Commission or the commissioners. Again, I could change that to just the county commissioners if you want to leave it. It says there, I'm reading it and trying to see if notwithstanding any provision here on the contrary, in the event the street address number relied upon for the house, residence, apartment, business, street, or public access site was incorrectly assigned, we've had that, by the DeKalb County Plan Commission, then the penalty provision shall not apply until 30 days after the correct number has been assigned to the house, residence, apartment, business, industry, or public access site. We've had that come up just recently, and again, you and I haven't been met for lunch yet since we discussed that a while ago.
Yeah.
You know, I'm fine changing that to be more of a 60 or 90 days. I put 30 days, and I think
Right.
probably they need more time to get that done. You know, I'm fine giving them 3 months now that I'm thinking about that. This is under 4.03. I think 1 year is too long,
Yeah.
but I think 30 days is too short, so I'd be happy changing that to 90 days.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. And this thing I just reworded because it was really confusing. 4.05, should the DeKalb County Plan Commission, with the assistance of the Highway Department, be required to install the street name signs or street number signs, all costs, including materials and labor, shall be paid by the penalty fees collected from the person, firm, corporation, or government unit in violation. If additional funds are necessary, the Plan Commission shall send an invoice or bill the person, firm, corporation, failure to pay would result in additional penalties, and may result in additional lawsuits if necessary. So basically, if they're just not willing to do it, we use the money collected in the fees. They're probably not going to pay their fees if they're not going to do it, so we would end up in a lawsuit anyway to get it done, and we would use that money from the cost. And then 4.06 added in there that the attorney fees for the cost of collections against the offender shall be charged over and above the amount of the daily fine. That's would probably be, typically, the judge would limit that to something, to some number, right?
Yeah, so when we came up against that in the zoning case, Mincer Zion, I
Yeah.
think, there's a cap.
75.
But if we do attorney fees in addition to it, I
They will
think it
give it to
allows us to
us.
give,
Yeah.
to get attorney fees on it.
Yeah, yeah. It's not just the penalty fees, it's the
Yeah.
penalty fees plus the attorney fees.
Right. That's our best, at least our best shot at getting
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Under section 5 for enforcement, basically, it's stating here that it's if the sheriff's department or the fire department or EMS or central communications or the plan commission or the zoning administrator or the building commissioner have the ability to report any violation to us. So, you know, it really anybody would be able to report a violation, but naming them in there. And they would report it to the plan commission or the county commissioners. And then the DeKalb County Plan Commission or the county commissioners may institute a suit for injunction in a court of DeKalb County for basically them to comply to this ordinance. And then 5.02 is kind of what we were just discussing. So we'll go through this. Upon violation of section 2 or 3, which are the street sign and the street numbers, an initial letter would be sent by the Plan Commission, which would be us, to the offending party, advising of the violation. The letter would be sent by certified mail with return receipt and regular mail. We find, especially at the Plan Commission, that people won't sign for a certified letter. So I think sending it via regular mail just makes more sense. But at least with certified mail, a judge would be able to say, well, you sent it, it came back undeliverable. You sent it by a regular mail, that did not come back. So they would have gotten one of the letters. And then in addition, said letter may be personally served by the offending party. It had in here by the sheriff's department and such delivery duly noted. So I think I've done that before. Our code enforcement guy has done that before. So I think we could come up with some sort of document that states that it was sent and put out or posted to the property. Anyway, so violators allowed the 30 days. I'll take that back to 30 days from the date of the notice in which to correct the violation. And if the violation is not corrected, the Plan Commission may then serve a second notice allowing, how many days would you like to give on that second notice? Back to 15? I changed it to 5. We were really shortening up that time frame anyway, so do you want to allow 15 days for the second notice?
I'd leave 5 in there.
5 would be,
Give
okay.
them a good grace period to start and then throw the hammer after
Okay,
that. Yeah.
okay. I like that, yeah. So they would have 5 days to correct the violation. And that letter would be sent through legal counsel. So it would actually be sent, the letter would be prepared by us, but sent through whoever the legal counsel is. And if the violation then is not corrected to the satisfaction of the Plan Commission within, I'll take that back to 30 days, 30-day period, and after expiration of the subsequent 5-day period, a notice of imposition of penalty shall be delivered by regular mail, certified mail, and personal service to the responsible violator by notice of the DeKalb County Sheriff's Department. And somehow in there, we need to add in there when the penalties will start. I'm assuming this is not going to get approved today because we've got some corrections. So I'll work with Andrew on what that reads and then bring it back in 2 weeks.
I think the penalties need to be retroactive to the first day of the notice of violation,
If they don't,
if they don't comply.
got you. Okay.
And Chris, if we could mark down 5.023, I think we need to move a clause in that sentence too.
To when the, okay. I took out a lot of information in 5.25 that basically, there was just a lot of who may be able to collect the penalties. And again, keeping it with one central body just makes sense to me. So leaving it to the Plan Commission to collect all penalties for the suits initiated.
How about and are they collecting all penalties whether lawsuits are initiated or not? So I don't know if you need that modifier for those suits initiated, if they're just
Yeah, I would
collecting
think
all the penalties.
Yeah,
True.
I think just all penalties, just take
Yeah.
suits initiated.
Okay. For all paid,
Yeah.
collect all paid penalties.
Yep.
Okay. And then the DeKalb County Plan Commission shall initiate suit for collection for all penalties assessed due to yet unpaid. To action by the courts, yeah.
7, I know that's a lawyer word, ites, but it probably ought to be its, so.
I just saw that and I was like, I think that's not a lawyer word, but it's a Chris Gallmer, spelling errors. We'll check that, we'll correct that. And then adding in there for the effective date, removing the first ordinance was 98-05, removing this current ordinance 2020 R-2 and its entirety, not its entirety. So yeah, I will get some of those corrected.
Those are O's, not R's.
Huh?
It's an O, not an R in your, it's an ordinance, so it's an O, it's not a resolution.
But this one was a resolution. The current one,
So
I believe.
It's
then at
entitled
the
an ordinance, but it
top
has
of
an R
this,
number.
if it's an ordinance,
Correct.
They're an
So
ordinance
on
or a
the
resolution?
clean copy, I did just do it as 2024-0-2.
right.
Okay.
But
On
then-
this one, I did not yet.
Oh,
I'll do it on this one though.
Okay, so if you reference that number anywhere, though, it's an O, not an R.
Which number?
Your ordinance number,
The new one or the old one?
the new one. If it's anywhere else in here.
Oh, okay, it's not.
Okay.
yeah, but the
Then you're good.
2020 R-2
Yes.
was a mistake from back, or was a resolution, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Like the R was listed under section 7, line 1, and it was also in the title, there was an R.
Correct.
Okay.
So the 7 is okay, because that's crazy. But yes, that was,
Oh, because it's replacing the R, okay, I see, because it really was R2.
That was before our time.
Okay.
we'll go with it.
Well, during my time, but before your guys' time.
And because it's
When I
got
would've been
penalties
told.
in it, it has to be published before it becomes
Correct.
effective.
Right, so I'll bring this back in a couple weeks,
Okay.
provided Andrew can meet with me. And then
So we should be able to do that.
we should be able to do that and then I think it'd have to be 3 readings as well,
Yes,
then it'd be published, so
Yes.
yes.
we'll work on that effective date.
I know we're up against the clock, but can I make one quick comment?
Quick.
Could you use maybe a full time hybrid position for someone for code enforcement? And the reason being is, I'm getting calls 1 a week from people right now. I just got one on County Road 35. Could the person not only be code enforcement, but also help you in your office doing other things, like a hybrid position of some sort? Because I think, guys, this is gonna get worse and worse and worse. These junkyards, these drug houses and stuff that happen out we wanna keep the meth down, we wanna keep the junk down. Our community is beautiful. I think we need to keep it beautiful. And having a full-time position, not only just, because I think we're having a hard time getting a code enforcement officer just working 10 hours a week. They're like, not a lot of money here, and there's a lot of, I'm either super busy or no busy. I think you need to really put some teeth into this.
We
because
have, I don't know what's on the agenda.
Well, yeah, it was just a
Okay.
quick think about it,
It's-
is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
And I can
let's
come
just-
back and discuss that in a couple
Yeah.
weeks too, because
Yeah, let's do
we're
that.
probably gonna have someone hired. And if we need, I'll maybe put that on pause, because I think you're right. We have anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's think about that, guys.
Yeah.
All right,
I agree.
okay.
Okay,
Thanks, Chris, appreciate the hard work on
Not a
that.
problem,
yeah,
not a problem.
a lot of cleanup there.
A lot of whereas and within and,
A lot of that stuff. You can keep those, delete your email, and I'll send you a new one next week, couple
Done.
weeks. Hey.
All right, Sheriff Brady, you are up. Sorry about the overrun. Just blame it on that guy going out the door.
It is, it's Chris's fault, always.
You got a problem at the jail, looks like.
yeah, I saw that, the pictures.
Thank you. You're awesome.
Citing issues with the chiller. So that's what I'm here to talk about this morning is some issues we have with chiller at the jail. I also have Ken, he's our maintenance person here at the jail, and Craig is here. He's an engineer with Design Collaborative, so he's helped a little bit put some of this information together and hopefully can answer any questions after today. So what we're looking at with the chiller is an extensive repair that needs done for a couple of reasons. So I'll get into that, but that's overall what we're going to talk about. So the chiller we have there now is installed in '83, so it's about 41 years old. The expected lifespan of these chillers, from what I'm being told, is approximately 20 years. So well beyond that. We went back through and looked at the previous records for repairs to that chiller, and since 2011, we've spent $159,000 making these repairs to that chiller. So the chiller has as you can see in the photos I provided, that's what you're looking at there is the first image is an overall picture of the chiller. And then the second image there, you can see where I notated it has a main pump and a backup pump. So it runs on that main pump on a daily basis. That main pump has a water leak. It's not an extensive water leak, it's just enough to squirts out a little bit of water onto the floor. But it does have that water leak. Will that become worse or stay what it is for the next 10 years? I don't have any idea, assuming no one can predict that. But it does have the backup pump. But from what I'm told from the engineer is that backup pump is not sufficient enough to run the chiller if it was needed for an extended period of time, which it would be needed to make that repair to the main pump, because that main pump, from what I understand, would need to be sent out to get that repair. So that's kind of where it leaves us. A couple of options that I think are on the table is, well, I'm sorry, I missed the repair to the, so we would have the backup pump cost, which is roughly $23,000 to install a sufficient backup pump, which would then allow us to make the repair to the main pump. So approximately $40,000 possibly.
Total?
Total, yeah, to make that repair, and then go forward from there, which of course the next week we could have another repair be needed because of the lifespan of it. Very, very rough cost for a new chiller is approximately $250,000. That would need to be installed on the exterior of the building somewhere. However, if it's designed appropriately, could be relocated in the future if there's a new jail in the future, it could be relocated there and also used there. I don't know what that means, if that's a supplemental chiller to another one or in conjunction with that, but the engineer might be able to speak to that a little bit. It's approximately roughly a year, I believe, before you can get a chiller. So that complicates it a little bit too. You know, if the commissioners decide that what you want to do is put a new chiller in, what do we do in the meantime? Do we cross our fingers and hope that the leak doesn't get worse in the meantime? Or do we do the repair, basically a combination of all of this, replace the backup pump to a sufficient size, make the repair, all in the meantime of ordering a chiller to get that process started too. Is there anything else, Craig, that you can elaborate on about this? And if you do, if you could step up there.
Let me ask a quick question first. Come on up though, I'm sorry. Is the chiller like a geothermal system of some sort, or is it using city water? Is it? Okay.
The best way I describe it, if you have a gas source at your home, which most people do, chiller is basically the outdoor.
Okay.
On a commercial building, the only difference is it's actually to the building to provide cooling.
So it's a condensing unit
Yeah,
that,
it's a condensing unit and the evaporator.
what gas is it using?
Based on their age, it's probably an R22, which is off the top of my head. I don't remember it.
Which is impossible to get, right?
It is.
Or expensive.
No longer manufactured. It's no longer manufactured. It runs probably.
I was gonna say, last I heard is 300 a pound,
Yeah,
so.
it's pretty expensive. So, the best example I give of the age, I always use the example, I've been doing this for a long time, to try to put people's layman terms. Imagine driving a car that has about 400,000 miles on it, and change the oil, you've done everything you've done. The question is whether you want to. Everybody mentioned the timeframe. I am working with another client. That chiller go down last year. Timeframe is kind of, fortunately, just, you know, getting a simple sign. Trying to put a plan together to help fix the entire system. And the intent would be whatever reason there was a until
What is the chiller, does it provide basically conditioned air for the jail? What else does it do? Is it?
it provides condition. Yes, indirectly, it actually.
Yeah. The same system in the courthouse.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So it's just like radiant heat, it's just opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Craig also provided an estimate for, it's $2,800, correct me if I'm wrong, Craig, $2,800 to go further with the idea of a new chiller, to even explore the design of it and the cost of it and the time frame of it. So That's kind of, is that right?
Turn that mic on. Is that mic on? Is a blue button, blue light?
No, it wasn't. Sorry,
There
I
you go.
talked loud enough. I didn't notice. The 2800 is kind of our initial design to help give a good concept together, and then we can establish a good budget. I think the numbers they have are just some rough numbers we put together just as we did the initial walkthrough with Ken. So idea is to kind of put a little more pen to paper, for lack of a better term, establish a good budget number that everybody can feel good and move forward with. So I've done some work with Allen County in a similar sense, so I'm kind of used to like establishing the budget so everybody knows what we're going to spend before we get too far ahead of the game. So I think that's the intent of that first 2,800. And if it was approved, then we would move through and get it bid out and installed. So
I'm pretty sure we could use this at the new jail at some point.
That's what the engineer says.
there would be a little bit of coordination between
Obviously.
that design and our design, but yes, there shouldn't be any reason. I don't know why they wouldn't use a chilled water system at the new jail. So we were involved in the Allen County one for a little bit, and we were doing a very similar thing. So I wouldn't see any reason why we couldn't incorporate that. Again, it would just take a little bit of coordination with whoever's designing that, but it shouldn't be a problem, I wouldn't anticipate, so.
Would that
They
be
need a heads up on that
Yeah.
in the design phase.
Would that be a supplemental? How would the chiller work for this jail compared, I mean, the other one would be quite a bit, considerably bigger, I would imagine.
Yeah, my assumption is that I'm going off the assumption that the new jail would be bigger. So this would be one of 2 or 3 chillers that might be installed, would be an option. There's a couple different design concepts. Without getting too much detail, sometimes you do a 50-50 where they're each sized for 50% of the load, or you might do something that's a 2/3, 1/3, where one's sized for 1/3 and the other one's 2/3. So there's a couple different options, but again, coordination and the assumption that the new jail would be larger, or if there was a need to have some redundancy, like, so if you are down, you're still providing it, so.
And maybe for the administrative part, this would work. This chiller would be sufficient to chill the offices. I mean, that's
Possibly.
in my mind, that would
Yeah.
be the most compatible, size-wise, maybe.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the size of the, I think you had some initial plans done at one point.
Yeah,
I haven't really
we
studied
do.
that
Yeah.
in a while, or in detail, but the chiller, I think we're talking about size, based on its size, would be in a range where you could pretty much use for, it could be an admin, if it's a fairly admin, if you had courthouses there too, it could cover that. Or again, it could, most likely, it would probably just be part of a larger plant that serves everything. And we would just incorporate it into that, again, either in some redundancy mode or just multiple chillers, so all your eggs aren't in one basket, so to speak.
The estimate that I received from Craig with Design Collaborative was a total of $18,900, and that's for all the design work to make sure that we're getting the chiller that would be proper for the facility we're in and the next facility. And Craig, do you have any professional recommendation for the commissioners on your experience and what you've seen with these? And
As far as like systems, chillers, or just me personally?
well, what would you do based on the information that you've seen the chiller and the situation we're in?
It's always hard, in my opinion, for people to spend money on things they don't really see. And when you're going to spend $250,000, nobody's going to see any new paint, new doors, new nothing. But the reality is mechanical, electrical systems are the lifeblood of a building, and you have to maintain them. So this chiller's 40 years old. Reality probably should have been placed 15 years ago. As he pointed out, they started putting money into it. That's, in my experience, that's usually the red flag of I need to start investing into buying a new chiller. So my recommendation would be that you replace it, but I can't force, it's just like your vehicle. I use the same thing. You either put a new transmission in it or I decide to trade it in and get a new vehicle. Those are your two choices. So this is kind of in the same realm. Either need to keep on dumping money into an asset that probably will continue to draw dollars into the future, or you invest now and replace it and know that you're set for another 10 or 15 years, or until you move into a new jail. So.
What do you think about the repair that it needs now? What would you do? Would you cross your fingers with that, or do the repair in the meantime?
So there's a couple different options. If you are going to proceed with replacement, we're in a realm now, you're not going to get it for this summer. You could provide, you can rent chillers, ironically. They're hard to find too, because everybody's in the same boat. But we could rent a chiller for the summer to carry you through. They were, based on your size, could be anywhere from 10 to 20,000 a month. But there would be a way to provide some, I would say, temporary taps that you can basically park a trailer out in a parking lot and you run piping hoses essentially inside to the building and you tie it in and it provides you some temporary cooling. That's not an uncommon thing. It happens more often than you think. That would be one option, but I think you'd need to weigh that against the repair costs you'd have into it for the summer, because you are probably going to spend, you're going to have 4 or 5 months worth of probably rental until you get it carried through to the winter time. So do you need cooling in the winter a little bit? It runs all the time. So there would be a good chance you probably would spend a fair amount of money in a rental. So if it's repairable, it might be something to look at. The pump you could probably live with for a little bit, but the chiller, you're out. You may need to get some repairs.
Is there an estimate on how long that backup pump would work?
The backup, I don't remember. It's been a few months since I had my head wrapped around. If memory serves me right, they're different sizes. So it seems like when you get into the summer, when you have a larger load, it's going to probably not have enough pumping capacity to actually get the capacity out of the building that you need it. So
Yeah, you can definitely tell the pump head's smaller.
Yeah.
On it, quite a bit smaller.
yeah,
Just in
I'm
circumference,
not exactly sure why they designed it that way. It was kind of an odd thing in my mind, but
$2,000 less money, so they,
who knows? It could have been replaced at one point with a smaller pump because somebody thought they needed a smaller pump or somebody had an idea. But yeah,
That goes to exactly why I think it's worth contacting a company like yours to make sure we get the proper equipment installed rather than something that's inefficient.
The only concern I have is this new jail is going to be a $40 million project, and I don't want to have to modify the plans to say, well, we already bought this $250,000 chiller, now we need to redesign, and we got to do this, and my opinion, these pumps need replaced to be the correct pumps. Is the current unit currently leaking any Freon out of it? Is the compressor losing Freon, or any of the lines? Have you had to recharge it or anything?
Not that we're aware of.
I mean, in the last couple of years, have you had to have techs come in and put new gas in and replace seals and compressors and stuff? Okay,
compressors were rebuilt a year or two ago.
okay. So it is able to be repaired then, even though it's not. Here's the thing. You're gonna have to rent a unit for 3, 4, 5 months at $10,000 a month, did you say, minimum? Plus $250,000 plus engine, you're at $300,000 plus. Even if we have to throw $50,000 a year into this thing, or $20,000 a year to keep it going, I think you're better off to have a clean slate when you build instead of trying to hodgepodge stuff together. Because we're talking about a 230 bed facility
Yeah.
and
230,
50,000 square foot.
Yeah.
Or 60,000
60.
square. So it's going to need. I'd have to look at the plans, but I'm sure it's immensely different. I think we ought to replace the pumps as needed because that's it seems to be the weak link right now, and then repair the chiller itself if parts are available. Is it a fully computer controlled unit or is it electromechanical of some sort?
Electromechanical, based on its age.
So it can be fixed then. In other words, there isn't software that isn't supported anymore.
Probably the more question is whether there's parts available for it.
Right.
That's.
But we can hook wires together, right? So
I got
some with the switch instead of a relay.
I can't speak to that. I haven't had firsthand knowledge on repairing it. Maybe Ken can, but
Right.
Usually my experience is something that old. While yes, technically is repairable, finding the parts and pieces to fit in it might be more of the challenge. It's 40-year-old technology. Finding pieces of equipment that'll go 40 years old, which is part of the reason why I think they've had to rebuild them, is because there wasn't any much choice in that matter. Just from a time frame standpoint, my experience would be I don't know where you are in the process, but to build a new facility, you're probably 2-3 years out. So you are, 5. There you go. Depending on where you are in approval, I mean, even once you started kicking the design back in, it's probably 2 to 3 years once that starts. So, so there is a little bit of a significant time kind of doing that. From my perspective, there's a couple different options. Assuming the plans weren't going to change, like if I knew what they had planned, like I could pick a chiller that's already in the plans, or
We
would
already
be
have the plans
Yeah.
complete. They're done. We were ready
Yeah.
to build, we just didn't have the money.
Yeah. So we could technically select one of those chillers that were already there, and then it's just a pure drop-in. So I haven't
That might not
really
be-
studied the plans all that much to date, but just because it's outside of the realm. But if that's that's an interest in having been on the design side, somebody's going to re-engage if it's sat for a couple, 2-3 years anyways. In my experience, I've been doing this for 30 years. Nobody sits on a set of plans for 4 or 5 years and comes back and doesn't make any changes. I'm not, so I would expect there'd be some changes anyways, but we could select a chiller that's already kind of in the design, so to speak, that makes it a little bit easier. I think the intent was just trying to be cognizant of your dollars to your point, and trying to be as frugal as we can.
Question, is the piping to that backup pump large enough to accommodate the main pump?
As part of the project, we're going to redo some of the piping in that room because the chiller is going to be slightly different. What's there today, the chiller's inside, the condensing unit's up on the roof. We're going to do more of a packaged chiller. So we're going to modify some of the piping, make it more efficient, so you can gain some efficiency over the 4 to 5 years that you're waiting. Was kind of the intent. So the piping size probably is not, but I'm going to be adjusting that anyway. So
Because the question was, could we replace the backup pump with the main pump and then use the main pump that's existing as the backup pump going forward? Even though it leaks, it's backup.
You can. I mean, and it's your money at the end of the day, so you can do whatever you want. I mean, my job is sort of advise you on what makes sense. That would be an option. You still have relying on one pump that was motor fails, starter fails. There's all kinds of different options, and you're back on the backup pump.
But you got a brand new primary pump.
Yep, it would be an option. If you're just looking at doing the pump changes, I think if I was to redo it, if we were doing a new chiller, the money you would save by keeping that single pump is probably, in the long run, not a lot of money in the overall scheme of the project. We could reuse it if that's what you desire to, but if you're doing a chiller replacement already, I probably would recommend replacing both of them at the time. So
if we could do a full replacement, you're talking about a complete package unit on the roof instead of having the chiller unit in the basement and the condensing unit on the roof. We would need to look and see what our plans are at the new jail. Is it a split system or is it a package unit? It's probably package, I would assume, but.
I would assume it's packaged, but that would be kind of the intent.
need to
is
look,
that-
though,
Yeah,
to
I need to
see.
look to verify.
Yeah.
The initial concept is that we would get rid of what's on the roof, get rid of what's outdoors, put something out. My understanding, it's more of a package at the new jail. So there's, again, a little bit of coordination if
Yeah.
that was the path we were going down, which, again, I'm not overly, from my perspective, it's doable. It's not that big of an option or a challenge, I guess. It's just kind of coordinating with what's in the plan, so.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So it's
We're,
$2,800 to go to our next step here.
Yeah, so the 2,800 basically is, would entail, just since we've kind of talked about this, us going back, looking at the plans for the jail replacement, coordinating a chiller selection that would fit into the new jail, putting a little sketch together and then a budget, so that we can kind of come back to you and say, I'm just going to make numbers up. Is the 250 right? Is it 275? Is it 2.25? Kind of get us a little bit into a tighter range, a little bit more detail, I guess, for lack of a better term. And then if that proceed from there, we would finalize drawings and then go out to bid.
how long would that take?
I would say probably a couple weeks. So this is February. I would say by the end of the month, we could probably have a schematic design package
Okay.
for that 2,800. So we think you meet And so we could come back in a meeting in March, probably with a recommendation of, hey, here's what it would cost. And then from there, it's probably, I would say, by receive bids from that standpoint, probably 6-8 weeks by the time we finish design and get bids back. So that puts you probably April, May before you have a contractor on board. So should have the chiller back in place if we were doing a full package replacement back by summer of 2025. You'd have something up and running.
Okay.
We're up against
Probably
the
the-
clock, guys.
Yeah, we're up to break, so break and pledge. So let's, yeah, bring that back to us. And then we'll
To
go
go
from
ahead with
there.
the 2,800. I mean, we're 5 years away from a new
Yeah.
jail at least.
Gotta
I
do
don't want to
something.
give Brady 5 years of heartburn over this chiller because it's going to run regardless of what the population is.
Yeah, yeah,
All right,
yeah.
we'll do
Thank
that
you.
then. All right, thank you, appreciate it. Don't mean to cut you short. They'll get antsy out there if we don't get out there. had just a few more things with Brady, if that's okay.
Real quick.
Just real quick, he has a car to get rid of. Got some body damage, it's got a blown motor. I think he could probably get 800 to 1,000 on Facebook Marketplace. I told him to try that first. If that doesn't work, we crush it.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah,
Okay. Okay. That work for you?
Oh, sure, yeah,
All
we
right.
can give it a try.
okay. Try that.
Before you do it, let me make sure that you're allowed to do that as a government.
I
mean,
want to
we've
crush
got-
it anyway.
Well, you can scrap it. I looked it up for the
Okay,
Southwest
good.
District at one
Good,
point in
good, good.
time. If it's scrap value, I believe you're allowed to scrap it. If you're trying to sell it, and it's not scrap value, but it's under a certain dollar amount.
It's
There's a statute on
It
that,
would
but-
bring 300 at the auction minus fees, which means
Oh.
you'd get 150.
Yeah, that's
It would
about
bring-
scrap value
It would
then.
bring
Yeah.
250 scrap, but I think you can get 800 or 1,000. It's worth a quick effort,
But
and
I
if
can-
no one wants it in
yeah.
a week.
Fine with me.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying. We got to make sure we don't sell an asset that's worth, but it ain't worth
Right.
anything. So.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Good point, Susan.
Thank you.
Have a good day,
Ben.
Brady.
You're on board.
I'm good, Ben. How you doing? Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Oh, yeah.
Tabs on you.
I hear you. Okay.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
I don't know if it's all on the woodchuck or if someone here ordered it, but the sunshine, nice weather's been just all right. So this morning, I have some information for you guys. First thing here, I did get our invoice from NDOT for County Road 56. You can pass this down to Susan. $1,019,593.20. Invoice payable to NDOT for the County Road 56 project. This will need to be paid 60 days from the letting date. Letting date was January 18th, 2024. So this is due in order for them to give notice to proceed to the contractor, or we can get started. So this does not include our construction inspection money. Construction inspection with Butler, Fairman, Seifert was for $555,000. The NDOT share amount that we was granted on the grant was the amount of $230,000. That will be reimbursable to us, just like the regular 56 project was through an LPA voucher. So the construction inspection will be billed probably monthly as the project goes on. So then we will submit those claims to the state for reimbursement, but they will only reimburse us back to the 230 of the agreed amount. So that's going to leave us owing an additional $325,000. So the county's total funds, if the project does not go over budget, will be $1,344,593.20.
That'd be our share all in.
All in, yes, sir. But the one that we need to worry about right now is this $1,019,000 to send to NDOT. So that's going to need to be done here fairly soon.
And where was that money coming from?
Can you pass that down to Susan, please?
Where's this million coming from?
Several sources.
And what line item is that? The highway department, or the, line item is that in our ARPA here?
You need to look at the other page.
Yeah, is that the grant match dollars?
Yeah.
Right there, yes. That was some of it, yeah.
That's 449,000. 334 there, that's the restricted, this is the special distribution, that's non-MH. Had a rainy day of $1 million.
So it's coming from multiple places.
Yeah, it has to come from multiple. Okay.
So however you guys want to do that. Originally, the original plan was, when the project was submitted, it was, our match was like 700,000 back
Right.
in 2017.
and they wanted, I was supposed to appropriate 100,000 out of the MVH funds, highway budget that year. I don't know where we're at with that. If I need to do that, I do have some monies there. If I know about it, I can use towards this project. I don't have a lot in there, but I can help with some. So wherever you guys fall with this on the funding, let me know. And then we do have our community crossings matching grant. It's 500, I didn't bring that number with me, 530,000 something. That's got to be paid this year as well. That's going to come out of the rainy day fund.
You got 600 earmarked here.
Right. Yeah, because it was 5 something. I didn't bring the numbers with me, but that will, depending if we go over or under a little bit, we're going a little bit of cushion there as well.
Right.
So that will need to be paid out as well this year. There's been a change in NDOT, so a little bit of the information I get back and forth has been last minute or questions asked, because David Armstrong was the program director and he passed away a week ago. So they've got 2 people kind of filling in on that. I just got the confirmation on the construction inspection last week, how that was to be paid. And that's when I got the invoice, because we should have had that already according to them. But everything's kind of backlogged a little bit because of the change in jobs and with David passing. I also want to let you guys know that per the contract documents on the County Road 56 project, in the documents, it was scheduled for a 120-day road closure on that project, with the substantial completion date being October 15th of 2024 of this year. And then final completion will be June 1st of 2025 is what's scheduled for that project per the bid docs. So once the payment gets paid to NDOT, they will go through and notice a award to Brooks with notice to proceed, and then we'll be together for a pre-construction meeting. Because they can essentially start anytime once the notice to proceed is sent, which will probably be within 30 days of them receiving payment. Typically how that will work.
Okay, well, first things first, I suppose we need to approve this 1.019 million. Get that sent in. Let's get that moving.
Yep, to get the project going.
Yeah. Sooner the better. Motion?
And how will we pay for it exactly? That needs to be in the motion.
ARPA?
ARPA, do we want to talk about, okay,
Wait. That's our match. That's not all coming from ARPA.
that's what we have to pay on the match.
Yes.
So it's coming from ARPA, isn't it?
It's coming from multiple different places.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Some of
Mark.
it's
Some of it's coming
commission.
from rainy day, some's
from-
coming from ARPA, some's coming from rainy day, some can come from American Heritage TIF. It's-
Do we know how much? Do we know, I mean, is that automatic? We don't have to specify it in the motion? Okay.
It's up to me to make sure it's done.
Okay. As long as it's done correctly, that's what I want to hear.
She
So,
knows she knows
okay.
where it's coming
Yeah.
from.
I mean, this has been discussed quite a
Yeah.
while.
Well, I know it has. I just want to make sure we're, because I want to talk about this ARPA money a little later then.
Yeah.
But, I'd make a motion that we pay the match so we can get this project going.
Second.
A motion and a second on the floor. Are there any additional comments from the commissioners or the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. Motion carries. Pay the people, Susan. Dig
I
that
think
money out of
that's
somewhere.
That's
I'll take care of it.
Susan's
All
stuff.
right.
That's all the instructions I got on that. Susan is in that.
Thank you.
If you need any help with anything, let me know and I'll get you anything else you need. Next thing I want to bring up for just discussion today and see if you guys are okay with me proceeding. I've been working on this for a while. I've been working on it with Metal Technologies for County Road 23 over here where there's the curve is there between Auburn city limits and County Road 50. We went out there and kind of skewed that area off and got some rough footages of the ground that would need to be acquired to take some of that alignment out. I was in contact with NERC as well on that, asked their opinions. We pulled up the crash data. We pulled up the ADDT on that road and thought ultimately it would be best if we could try to take some of that curve out of that, first straighten that out a little bit.
I agree.
Didn't want to go through, we could have went through and looked at taking that whole parcel. There was concerns with doing that and making that straight through of not decreasing the speed at all, then that was going to line up with that first home right there. So looking at the picture, we come up with a plan to align that curve with a little bit of, taking a little bit of property. You guys can have this copy. This is looking north. So this red line would be the new existing road right-of-way line.
Yep.
This is the existing road, and this would be what we would put in on new pavement. So you guys can have this copy. I printed off 4 of them to leave that up here. I've been talking with Nick Haney from Metal Technologies. He's been back and forth with management and ownership, and they have taken this parcel. They own the parcel that we're going to have to be encroaching on. They have taken that out of their statute or their investment property when they did some refinancing or however it was they did that, where they have the leeway to do this. We are at the point now that we would have to have that surveyed to get the exact footages. That is pretty close to being on. I did ask Auburn to go out and GPS that. So that is all GPSed, and they was kind enough to draw that up on a skew there to show that to you guys. They would like some reimbursement for that property, but they're not really pushing to make a lot of money on it. They said just the assessed value for whatever.
It's fair.
So we're probably talking $1,000 or so. I mean, it's not much there.
What's nice is it keeps people from dropping off a cliff on that side if they go off the road, you know.
So we would still have the right of way to the other side. You know, the only other option we have, I talked to NERC about it, is just to do a speed reduction through there. We could do it from County Road 50 to Auburn city limits to carry on to Auburn's 35 miles per hour. And then just sign that around that curve as another option. I still might even do a little bit of a speed reduction after this alignment. Ideally, the alignment would probably be best. There has been some accidents there. The last few was tragic, unfortunately. You know, it was high speed passing. They shouldn't have been, I mean, it was tragic. You know, the road design's been like that for a lot of years. I was surprised at the traffic on that road. From County Road 50 to Auburn has 2,025 cars a day on that corridor. So there's quite a bit of traffic on there. And then the traffic counts, they are running, 85th percentile is running about 43.5 mile an hour. So, I mean, they're running a reasonable speed. But there's been crashes and there's a warrant for a change or an improvement there, I think. I don't know how you guys feel about that, which direction you'd like to go. I would like to, if we wanted to try to purchase that, to do that. I originally thought maybe this summer, but with the highway move and so much going on, I'm not going to commit to a lot of projects right now with things like that, but this is something I think that we could try to do the layout in-house. And then if my paver's done, we'll run the pavement on it. If not, we could contract with Brooks or API to run a hot mat around that curve. But I wanted to bring it to you guys' attention, let you know what I was looking at, let you know what I was thinking. See if you had any questions or concerns, or if you'd like to proceed. If we did proceed, we would have to purchase the property and then get with Mr. Cruz on how we would do that as far as the language. We'd have to rededicate it to the public or something along that lines to make it a road right away. I'm not for sure the steps for that, but it could be done. Middle Technologies was more than happy to work with us on this project. And if we need a little bit more, a little bit less there with what I kind of proposed, they're okay with that as well. They've got an idea of what we're looking at. From what I measured off, the furthest point from our right-of-way back, about 40 foot.
That what it
the
is?
property. Yeah. Now, it's longer than that, but
Yeah.
but the deepest point was 40
Deepest
foot.
point.
That would still keep us a right-of-way for a ditch and utilities. There is a utility out there that's going to have to be relocated. We may maybe have a little bit of cost in that. We shouldn't because it's in our road right-of-way, but sometimes that can get a little touch and go when we're doing an improvement.
Got a phone line, or what is
Yeah,
that?
it's phone or fiber line, one of the two, yeah. Because there's a phone box there in that curve that have to be moved.
Yeah, I've followed people down that road before, and it's amazing. People will actually get in the left lane instead of the right lane to shoot a straight line through there instead of going through the curves. And they're running 45, 50, 55 mile an hour through that mess. It'd be good to straighten it out to keep people in their lane and also get them from that drop off. I see that as the best solution.
I did run that drawing through NERC as well, and Dan also felt that that was going to be enough of an improvement that would be warranted to do. That is not an NDOT design. That is just us improving the curve. You know, if we're going to go through and make that for an NDOT design, we're going to be spending a lot more money.
I don't think that's necessary.
I don't feel so at this point, no.
No, we're going to improve it. It's not like we're going to make it worse. We're going to make it better. Yeah, what do you think? We'll make the motion to go ahead and purchase that right away?
I'll make a motion that we go ahead and proceed with the land acquisition and straighten out the curve.
I'll second.
A motion and second on the floor. Are there any additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed the same. Motion carries.
Now, as far as paying for that, if you guys are okay, I do have the funds that you guys appropriate to me out of the lighted funds. I'd like to go ahead and use that to pay the surveyor to get that surveyed. And then I could even use that for the funds, pay to purchase that.
Yeah.
If you guys are okay with that, or if you want it to be paid out of something different.
I think that's fine. Yeah,
I don't think we're talking a lot of money.
right. If you've got it in there, yeah, let's,
Go for it.
Do you have a preference on a survey team? Or you guys okay with who I pick, or?
Fine with me.
okay, didn't really matter, I don't think.
Okay, all right. I'll work on that.
If you can find a surveyor.
That's
I know
the
what, that's
question.
why
Yeah.
I asked too, because
Yeah.
I'm not for sure. I haven't,
Well, if you run into problems, let me know. Marsh just bought Donovan Insurance, or Donovan Surveyors out of Fort Wayne. They've got like a dozen on staff now, so.
I got somebody in mind. I will reach out to them and see if he can do it, and I'll follow back up with you. Let you know.
Okay,
Just another FYI thing for you. I had a meeting Friday out the highway. Jack came out as far as placement in the communications room and then in the electrical room in the building too. Got everything squared away with that, with J&K and SAS and Weller. That's progressing forward. Before I got out there, the Waterloo Water Department stopped out there and just now ordered our 2-inch water meter, I was told. I was told FCI it would be 26 weeks before they get it. So I'm gonna work on that a little bit.
Yeah.
So
You got
I got some
connections.
other options and ideas and things, but that plan was sent to them back when Foresight drew that up for the main extension when we started building it, because we knew we was gonna need city water shortly on. That should already been ordered and handled, I would have thought.
should be here.
But anyway, I'm gonna work on that a little bit and I'll keep you updated. I just wanted to give you a heads up that was mentioned Friday.
Well, and they could estimate it. We know what our current use is here. This facility be a little more use due to the wash bay and stuff.
Well, they
But
can,
add 20, 30% to it, estimate it, and bill us.
Yeah, And then, yeah,
Essentially is what they should be able to do is put a cheater bar in the saddle.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, estimate.
Let us go when we get in there, and then once we get in there, take our 3-month average, and then see if we get a credit, or see
Yeah.
if we owe a little bit more,
Yeah,
is what ought to be done. So I think they would work with us on that. If not, I think I've got some other connections. If I have to get a meter, I think I could probably come up with something. I hope.
okay.
The other thing, I want to just check with Mr. Cruz if he got the letter sent for County Road 27 driveway.
That the one with more, was it?
Yes, that was the owner,
Yes.
Charlene Moore.
I don't know, that's the one.
Well, I know we had, I don't think the letter's gone out yet. We sent a letter, we took it out.
Yes. I just want to follow up. I had that. I got one more thing for you I've been working on, and in case you guys got any extra money sitting around. Everybody's coming to you for money today. I've got a bridge project that's going on. I'm getting it engineered right now. Bridge 17, it's over on County Road 79 over the St. Joe River. That bridge is, USI is doing the design on that. And they flew it last fall. I got the images on my phone. They did it with a thermal imaging camera. And that bridge has got a lot of delamination in it, a lot more than what was originally anticipated. So the deck rehab's gonna be a little bit more extensive than what we originally thought and planned on. And also due to the length of the bridge, the height of the bridge, it requires a different style of guardrail now to be compliant. So since we're going in and rehabbing the bridge deck, we're gonna be forced to put a new guardrail and approaches on that deck for that bridge. I got some estimates for it. And it's gonna be basically around 1.3 million for that rehab. I originally planned 700,000 to 800,000. We did budget a little bit in there. I didn't warn the council about it when I did the budget. I just threw, I think, 400,000 at it because I didn't really know where the estimate was going to come in at. Our budgets was due a little bit earlier last year, so I didn't get a lot of that pre-planned ahead of time for this upcoming year. I did send Susan an email last week to see where I would be at on Cume Bridge, Cume Cap funding. And for what I have planned, what we have going out, and with this, there's not gonna be the funds in there. So this can be pushed off a little bit, but we are gonna have more projects coming. So I just wanted to give you a little heads up that this is something that we're looking at. And if you guys had any extra funds or, and this could also be, originally we didn't wanna use it for that. Because we wanted to use community crossings for pavement. If I got the plans done for this, could fall under a community crossings matching grant if we wanted to do this. But then will get us behind on the blacktops as well. So just wanted to let you know where we're at on it. I got, USI is going to proceed with the design and things on it. But right now, that is where we're at.
how long is that bridge?
It's a long one.
It's a long one, obviously. 170 or something,
Yeah, I don't think it's that long, but it's over 100 foot.
yeah.
I didn't this is the estimates, I don't have the length of it.
It's just the deck that's
Just the
failing.
deck,
It's not the whole bridge.
The bridge, the underneath of the bridge and everything's really nice. I'll show you. The red, what you see in these pictures is the delamination in that bridge. So you can see the delamination in that, and the extent of it. I don't know if that's because of the truck traffic, because this is just down from Stafford gravel.
It's like Hunter Biden's art to me.
Yeah, but this is what the thermal imaging camera looks like when it flies. And looks at those bridges. If you want to
Wow.
look at it, you can see
That's
it.
pretty amazing. That's interesting technology.
It is. Yeah, I wanted that bridge flown to see it and that kind of gives you an image through the deck to what's delaminated and what's bad. You know, a lot of times you take a chain out there and drag it and sound it.
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of eliminating the sounding of the bridge. So it's going to be a project.
So it's able to sense the heat escaping through the delaminations,
Yep.
isn't it?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah.
Yep, it's pretty neat.
The 1.3, huh?
Yep. Pretty much. Now, that will have to be bid, and we'll have to see what the bids come in at.
That's engineering estimate, right?
You know, this would make, if we could start it late winter, this could maybe even be a little bit of a winter project. Or the top in early spring, might even get us a little bit better estimate to keep people busy through the winter, potentially.
There you are.
And I did meet with Butler Fairman last Tuesday, County Road 16 west of 19. I got a bridge there that's going to be getting designed. It's got to be replaced. So, I mean, we're working on them. I mean, they are expensive
Oh, yeah.
monsters. I mean, they are.
We have 102 of them.
103.
103 now, yeah.
Added one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then I got another bridge that's going to be expensive coming up. It's Bridge 502 is down here on Auburn Drive, just east of Main Street there. When you drive down through there, you can see the top, how pitted that is. That one's due for a deck as well. That will be coming up here in the next year or so. I've tried to take our monies and do engineering and construction in alternate years. Bridge 9 set us back quite a little bit. That was a big bridge that we didn't anticipate, really wasn't planned on.
Right.
You know, that one just boom, there it was. And that's the thing with these bridges, they are inspected, but they can get critical fails and that thing can happen. I don't think it would happen often because they are inspected, but you know, these ones that we're working on is in our priority list. I know they're there. We got a ballpark estimate that they kind of shoot from the hip when they inspect it. But until they go out and start, like they fly this, they do design to get a good, accurate number.
I don't know how valid it is. I got a complaint on the bridge, County Road 32 west of 327. Dirt road erosion around the base, but I haven't looked at it. I don't know whether it's,
I don't know,
you
32.
might just check it, see what it looks like.
Gravel road.
Gravel road.
We don't have any dirt roads.
No, gravel road.
Right, Ben?
Yep. Erosion by bridge.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Just take a quick peek at it, see what it,
I'll say something to the foreman out there and have him take a look at it.
yeah.
I think that was one of the bridges that we cleaned up underneath. Actually, I think that's the one that we hooked the cable on.
Oh,
So if that was all pulled out, we pulled all the vegetation away. And then it could have got a washout until that vegetation starts to come back. Actually,
and I could, yeah.
that could be it, but I don't know. I'd have to take a look at that. But
Yeah.
I just want to let you know on this. That way, if you guys had any money that available, we could use it. And if not, we will just keep,
Well, we may have to go with the Crossings grant on that.
That takes away from our blacktop projects.
well,
It's, yeah, it depends how long that bridge maybe can go without rehabilitation.
I mean, we could look at construction for it next summer.
Yeah,
But it just is, I'm going to be behind a little bit playing catch up on our bridges. I mean, we've done a lot of projects here in the last, we've done
yeah.
a lot of bridges. We've done Bridge 80, we did Bridge 90, we did Bridge 46, Bridge 9, Bridge 132. Now we're working on Bridge 17, and I got Bridge, I think that one's 56 over there. You know, and that's,
and then there's Morning
then all our
Star,
small structures that we do out of that.
then Morning Star Drive, or Morning Star.
That's coming up. Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've done a lot.
Yeah,
We have. I mean, we've
Just
done really
we've-
well. It's just they are just so doggone expensive.
yeah, the price has gone up, and the kid is getting broke,
And more traffic.
more traffic, obviously. Okay, anything else, Ben?
Well, Still conversation going on funding too.
Good. That would help.
Restricted, non-restricted, trying to fix that and some additional funding. We'll see. I don't know if we're getting anything done this short session or not, but got a good start anyway.
Okay.
That's all I have for you guys today, unless you have anything else for me.
Nope,
Here.
I don't think so. We're good. Thanks, Ben.
Yep, thank you guys. Thanks,
Ben.
Okay, Mr. Bassett, you are on deck.
You too, Ben. No, it's, thank you.
You good. Did everybody get this sheet? Yeah?
Since you got one in your hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't want to say it while he was still here, but I think you've got a really good highway superintendent there too. He's a very conscientious person, and I think he does his best to do the best for the county. Okay, so what this is, the basement's had a machine that's been recycled for years. We've always taken a machine from an office that we don't use much, and we put it in the basement because they go down and make copies of records out of the books and things that they have to have a machine available down there. It's been tradition to use a machine from here. We did all the trades this year. I did not make accommodation for this at that time because all the machines that came up for renewal this were a color machine. And I really personally don't think the machine in the basement should be color. I think it should be black and white. And so what I did is I've kept this in the back of my mind. The machine down there is end of service this month. So it cannot be serviced or supplied anymore. It's end of life. Okay, still works, but it's end of life. So I keep my eyes open. I've got a couple of these used ones that have been previously installed someplace else. It's a lot cheaper. This is actually cheaper than if we would have bought one out at the end of lease of those coming up. And then we have no worry about anybody making unauthorized color copies because it's only a black machine. So my suggestion, my request is that we replace the machine in the basement because the maintenance is up. This is not a lease. You'll own it. And then put this on the maintenance contract to replace the one downstairs. That way we keep going. That's why I'm here with this one, and that's why I did not take one that we would have normally traded because we have to buy those out at the end of lease anyway, and I really don't think you want color in the basement. Not that I just don't want to have to take that risk.
How much is that machine new, Jeff?
New, you just put the replacement into, let's see.
Because this is a quote for a used machine.
Yeah, the used machine. You're looking, normally if I sell this used, I'm going to sell it for about $2,500. Okay?
How much is it new, though?
New is, I think about
7,000?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
7,000. That'd be 55 to 6,000.
Okay, that's fine. Just getting an idea of,
Oh, yeah, it's a lot less
The
expensive
value,
than a
yeah.
new one. Yeah.
Wow.
And you hardly use it down. So
Yeah.
this is good on contract for another, I think it is 5 years. Okay, so we get another 5 years to use it.
when you say you put it on maintenance, you're talking toner replacement, cartridge, and that kind of stuff, not,
If it breaks down, they come in, service it. Okay, they'll take care of it. And no matter what's wrong with it, Xerox will fix it.
okay,
Okay?
gotcha.
And Xerox will take care of everything except for paper. Paper is still the count.
Makes sense.
Yeah, this has all the functionality that you currently, there's no loss of functionality, no gain of functionality because we don't email, we don't scan, we don't do anything downstairs except for, yeah. And Susan can probably tell me, I'm not sure what office it's actually used.
Probably mostly clerk. We've used it a few times, but probably mostly clerk.
And all the records down
Okay.
A reasonable value to me.
I see why not, it's,
I make a motion that we accept the proposal for $1,125 plus the maintenance base charge of 20 and cost per copy of 1 penny and a quarter.
And I'll second.
A motion and a second on the floor. Are there any additional comments, questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. Motion carries.
Okay. One last thing about that machine. The reason I didn't do a small machine, because they have to be able to do from the big books. So it has to be able to take 11 by 17. So that's why we didn't do a desktop. We can't do that. Okay. I have the leases now. You signed the commitment on the leases before, but I have the leases ready to go because we're getting ready to install now. Can we sign those today, or do you want me to drop them off to have them sign them later? The leases you already approved back.
Yeah, they just need your signature. We've already
Yeah,
approved
we
them. These
approved
are for
those.
the other ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we can do that.
Read the fine print, Bill.
So you just needs, it's just signature down here and.
You can just email them to me if you want.
If it gets done.
One thing.
Saltburn? That's like a vinyl. Mm-hmm. Yeah, concrete walls with vinyl, aluminum framing with vinyl stretched. A lot of them are wood structure but a lot of maintenance and rotting, and so that was the most efficient, about a 20-year life on the vinyl, and yeah, and then as long as you keep the salt off the aluminum, too, it shouldn't touch it. The walls are 10 foot, so. Yeah, that salt burns 5 times the size we have now. Great value purchasing in bulk, having it for all year instead of having to time deliveries and then run out. It's not much of a salt barn. It's behind the building. It's,
No,
yeah, it looks like an old ice house from Little House on the Prairie almost, so, yeah.
Good description.
Yeah. We're going to operate much more efficiently, let's put it that way. Oh. They stored tomatoes or something in there. It was,
Potatoes.
was it potatoes? Yeah. Yeah, it didn't even have walls on either end. It was just a covering. And yeah. Absolutely.
Do that right, you can just drift right through it.
We're getting there. One more.
Is that an owned unit or a leased unit? It's an owned unit, but
Yes, sir.
it's not capable of being put on maintenance. It's end of life, so they won't put it on maintenance. But makes sense. Thanks, Jeff. Have a good day.
Yeah. Okay. Let's jump into minutes. Approve minutes.
Motion to approve minutes.
Second? I'll second.
I'll second.
I beat you. Any additional comments on minutes? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same. Motion carries. Miscellaneous topics, 2023 county receipts and expenditures / total compensation approved.
So this is a annual thing. You guys just happen to get it before the council. So I just need a motion approval, and then you guys will sign. And then council will sign next week. And it's been posted and advertised.
You see that, any problems with that?
So much there that,
Well, I hope there's no problems because
Yeah.
that's,
It's a lot.
I mean,
yeah, I mean,
I'm required to advertise and post at what everybody made.
right.
And so that's the compensation. And the other receipts and expenditures, that's literally from our financials of everything that I receipted and spended for the year. And it's just a requirement that I have to
State Board of
meet.
Accounts looks at our expenditures and
Yeah.
such, so I'd make a motion to approve the report, the compensation and expenditures report. Second.
Just a second.
Yeah, okay, yes.
Microphone. Okay, a motion second on the floor. Any additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. Motion carries.
Okay, so I'll send this, you guys have, right now you have that report, minutes, and 3 claim vouchers for signatures at this moment, and then I'll have more in a little bit. So as you guys are doing that, real quick, you guys had talked about that car for the sheriff. So it's a 2017 Charger. I will need a motion for Bill to be able to sign off on the title. I had Judy pull it real quick, if
Yeah.
you want to do that today.
I'll give you a little insight on that. They had another one that had some bumpers that were damaged. This one already had a blown motor. The new motor's $9,000, so they thought, and it has 100 and some thousand on it. So they stole the bumpers off of, well, repurposed the bumpers off of it to the new car, or to the other car. And so it's missing bumpers, it's got a blown motor, but I think someone could buy a used motor for probably $1,500, $2,000, and make a decent car out of it for personal use. So I told them, hey, throw it on Facebook Marketplace for $1,000. If it doesn't work in a week, take it to OmniSource and get your $250. Is that okay with everyone?
There's a statute that I had found that says, pull that up.
Are you on there, Andrew?
Turn your mic on.
There we go. I'd found a statute, let's see. It says, waiting for it to pull up here. If the property to be sold is one item with an estimated value of less than $1,000, the purchasing agency can sell the property at public or private sale or transfer the property without advertising. So $1,000 is the.
Yeah, its value is really about 300, so I think
Yep,
we're.
that's why I thought.
Yeah.
So we're
Okay.
good to go. Okay, you want that signed today, the title?
Need a motion to sign it, right? I make a motion that we let the president sign the title to the 2017 Charger for disposal.
Second.
A motion and second. Additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. Motion carries. Okay. That it on titles?
Well, this is the Colorado, the Development Services title. So we have that also. Todd, I didn't know if Todd brought the. did you
Bill
bring-
has all the paperwork.
Yeah. Somewhere.
So for the Development Services truck, there's 2021 Ram ProMaster, right? Yeah. That we.
No, that's a Dodge
No.
Ram, 2021 Dodge Ram, or Ram
On the other
15,
one.
not a Dodge. I keep calling them Dodge still, they're
Yes. So anyways, from the last meeting, we need to do a formal approval for purchasing of the vehicle, and then we will need the formal approval for him, Bill to sign the prior title to trade it in.
to trade it in. Okay. Again, I'll let you guys handle that since I'm,
I move that we proceed with purchasing the Dodge Ram for Development Services.
and sign the title for the
Motion.
trade.
Okay.
'Cause it's part of
We'll
the
make it
deal.
one motion.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And President sign the title for the trade-in.
Okay.
I will second that motion. Any additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same. Motion carries. That's going to be a trade-in for $9,500, right?
Trade difference was 95.
95. Yep. Okay. Need a motion for me to sign the trade-in
They did that
They
all
did
at
it.
once.
all at once? Okay.
Okay, so there's that for that one. So we have multiple places here that you're gonna have to sign. We'll do this. Let's just do it when we're done.
Okay, we can do that. Okay. Next on the list is highway bond draw number 8.
That's I'd like you guys to just have a separate motion on that one.
Yeah, it's,
How much is it?
800,000.
$786,338.38.
I'll move that we approve the highway Department bond, draw number 8.
I'll second.
A motion and second on the floor. Are there any additional comments?
Are we still satisfied that the building is basically going along as it's supposed to,
Within
It is.
reason.
timing-wise?
It's going to lag behind schedule, if that's what you're asking.
But we probably have a 10% retainage in there, I would assume,
Yeah,
potentially to help kick it down the end of the road.
10%. We have contingency and also, I'm not sure there's even a deadline on it, is there?
no,
There's not a deadline, so
Okay.
we just have some delays due to parts that aren't available. That's the real problem. And it's parts, some of them should have been ordered a while ago, other ones are mistakes.
one was ordered, it's just that
Just can't
transfer
get it.
switch. You just can't get it.
Yeah.
It's May. We're looking at now at moving in June.
Yeah.
They cannot fire that facility up without that transfer switch. We talked about that Thursday. We talked about running it off the old system. There's not enough power there to run it off the old system. And so we're looking at June. In the meantime, Parker's going to try to get started early on his road projects and then do that move in June. We're stuck with it.
Ben had a good idea about maybe, doing some gravel roads.
Yeah,
and
it's gonna
trying to get
really
our
work on these
in
gravel
good
roads.
shape and,
Yeah.
because that doesn't require the intensity of the shop and everything and the equipment. And makes sense, sometimes you gotta pivot and
Yeah, so that's where we're at. And,
it'll be fine.
I think in the long run, there'll be some good come out of it.
Yeah.
We'll see.
You just gotta turn a negative into a positive once in a
Yeah,
while.
we'll make some lemonade out of the lemons.
Yeah.
Is what it
from there.
is.
So that's where we're at, and
Okay.
I do want to go back real quick to the Development Services Truck and Trade-In. Mike motioned it and Bill seconded it. And I wanted to verify on record that Todd had abstained from the vote.
Didn't vote.
right,
Putting it on record.
put it on record.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Well done.
Okay. Did we do the vote on the bond?
Yep, we did that.
Okay, property concern letter.
I don't really know if there's anything to talk about. I just made sure you guys had it and saw it. And when Chris gets his person, I don't know.
Not a lot we can do until we have a compliance officer. That's one that got cleaned up and now it's a mess again.
Yes, again, yeah.
So that kind of put it back at the bottom of that list of 17 properties anyway.
Yeah,
I'm thinking, guys, and this is just my thought, our county's growing. We are this is a desirable area to look. Just go on Zillow and look at property prices here compared to Fort Wayne. Our housing here is 20 or 30% higher for comparable houses. We need to maintain that, especially our folks are paying high property tax. I think it's important that these properties stay maintained, and I think if we could do a hybrid position in that office, a full-time, say, hey, your main duty is maybe compliance officer, or downtime, whatever Chris needs you to do. You know what I'm saying? Help out. Because I think you're gonna have a hard time getting someone today. There's very few people that wanna maybe work 5 hours a week, and then, hey, you gotta work 30 hours this week, because there's a lot of cases. I think people want more consistency than that.
So let me ask you this. Are you wanting somebody, since, it's either 35 or 40 hours, are you wanting somebody that does the actual 40, or are you wanting a part-time that does the full 28 each week, or they can do more one week, less another week? It's a 12-week average.
Yeah, I think that's a good discussion to have. Hey, let's pay him on part-time up to the 28, or let's make it full-time with benefits? I'm not sure. Maybe throw the carrot out first saying, hey, it's gonna pay 28 hours a week or under 28. Does it have to be under 28? I'm sorry.
28 each week is fine.
Okay, we're paying 28 hours a week. Your primary job is code enforcement. However, Chris could use them for something else if need be. You see what I'm saying?
Right, if there's not any,
Answer the
right
phone
now,
when
they're
someone's
gonna
off,
have.
you know what I'm saying? If someone takes a vacation, whatever it might be, I just think that getting someone and not giving them a fairly steady paycheck is, most people don't want that. They either want to commit or they
Sure,
don't,
yeah.
Could we do that
Find
more
somebody
like
that's gonna do
weights and
10 hours a
measures?
Huh?
The weights and measure guy, could we do this more like the weights and measures?
And how is that done?
Basically, the 28 hours, right? He gets paid for, and then, but his hours are flexible, whatever
Right.
he needs.
And that would be fine. I just would like to get some teeth in it to where someone stays. It seems like we get someone and they're gung ho, but then when they get another job opportunity that's more consistent or an advancement in their current job and they say, hey,
That's what's happened so far. is
yeah, you got to
So
drop
far.
that part-time gig because we want to make you captain instead of, I don't even know what the ranks are, so excuse me there, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, she's got somebody to interview, maybe hire. Let's go that route for the time being and see, because we're going to have to do a job description
Yeah.
and a whole bit. Right?
I think probably a full-time position makes a lot of sense because that code enforcement job is not something that everybody can just walk into. I mean, there's a lot of potential for confrontational situations and so forth. You know, so
Yeah.
you need somebody with some experience and capabilities to do that. So I think if it's a full-time job,
Yeah.
you got a better chance of getting somebody with those qualifications.
And we need to spend more time, in my opinion, as good administrators of $8 million of ARPA money instead of, and I'm not saying this isn't important when someone's property's being, but for us to spend time and days worrying about how someone cleans up the trash on their property, that, when we get a complaint, we should say, this person here is available all the time. They will immediately respond and they will work with you. And instead of them contacting us, we contact the code enforcement. Well, hey, I can't do it this week because I have drill duty or whatever, you know?
There needs to be a consistent process.
That's the
too,
word.
that says-
Consistency is what
Yeah.
we need.
Okay.
And so, but that may be the thing, is 28 hours and,
Yeah, let's
And
go ahead
flexible.
as planned for now.
yeah,
And that person can work up to 28 hours, I assume.
right.
Yes.
And if that's what it takes, that's what it takes, and then move forward, maybe in the next budget cycle to get a job description wrote up and get that into Chris's budget.
Yeah, I don't think we want to take time to go back to square one and rewrite job descriptions and everything now,
No,
because
no, not
we
at
need
this
to get
point.
somebody in
We gotta
there.
get something going, but in the long run, I think we gotta make it more consistent, and the way you do that, we need someone that needs a job, not someone that, hey, I'd like a little extra money on the side,
Well, and
because,
maybe with this new hire part-time, maybe that's something that would entice him to stay on if he's, well, this is going to end up being a full-time job.
yeah,
I mean, nothing guaranteed, but, you know,
Yeah.
it's
could
considered.
morph into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some opportunity there, at least, so.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Tim and Josh, you are up.
Hi, Tim. Good to see you. Your lights are on, my friend. That's all right. Joke from 30 or 40 years ago.
Hit the button on that mic, make sure the blue light's on.
There we go. Starting to show our age now. Huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Good job.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time and letting us stand up in front of you and explain how, insurance is done differently with us. We are part of Gallagher now, who is just became the fourth largest broker in the world in over 130 countries. But Josh and I are from Auburn. We are fiercely local. We're hometown boys, so don't let the fourth largest broker in the world, do anything to your thoughts, for sure. We at Gallagher writes 1 out of 5 entities, public entities in the U.S. 1 out of 5. That's either the county, the city, the school system. So we in Gallagher really know public entity insurance. So I am not going to talk long because I have this thing going on, and I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Josh and just let him take over and run. I'm sorry. I don't want to.
You're going to talk.
Morning.
Morning, Josh.
All right, in the folder, just want to go through our ideas. So when you guys talk about insurance for municipalities, it's different than insurance for normal business, because municipalities, there's not that many options. There's only a few out there. Now for us, we do have more options than your normal agent or broker. Because of our size and our strength, we have access to these carriers, which gives us an advantage. And also with Gallagher, Gallagher sits down with their top 10-ish carriers every year, and we have preferred rates that most other agents don't. So that gives us a little leg up on the competition. That helps. The other thing that we do, and this just comes from Tim and I's standpoint of customer service, is we do things a little differently than most agents do. We're way more hands-on than what other agents are. And this is one of the reasons why we took over the insurance with the city, was because we have brought services to the city that the city has not ever had. And that's some of the things that we're going to talk about here when we go through this page of documents. Because I know you guys woke up this morning, saw we're talking about insurance, and I know you guys are just super excited and you're jumping for joy. So we're going to make this fun. Tim's got balloon animals, I think he's going to do, right? No? Oh, okay. So the what we've put together here is, this is going to be a little different, because most of the time when you talk about looking at insurance and quoting it, you're like, okay, let's quote insurance. Let's look at the cheapest option. Who's going to save us money? And let's go with that option. I'll just be up front with you guys this morning. That's not what this is. This is not us coming in here and saying, hey, we went out to the market. We went to this carrier. This carrier came back with this number, and that's why you should go with us. Now, that is the plan in the future, but there are some things that we have seen with other policies and your policy that is a concern that's causing you guys to pay more, that we have ideas and solutions for you guys to help you reduce your insurance that we can help with. And then also, once we get those fixed, then go to market. And we've had conversations with underwriters that are on board with us that we feel once we get some items fixed, we can go to market, and then we can bring that premium down drastically. Also, we do have a plan, if you guys would consider going to us, that we can make some changes now that would reduce it. Is it a lot? No. But it's enough where it will make you happy, and it will give us some momentum to move forward to make some more changes and also save money. So I just want to be upfront, and this is going to be a little different, and that's how we are. We're not your normal agents. We're a little different. Which, if you know Tim and I, we've always been a little different. So that's not something new. So the first thing that I want to bring up that we do is risk management and safety training. So the one thing that the county has right now, and you guys are probably aware of this, you have a large amount of claims. Through 3 years of just the Liberty Mutual claims, you guys have $350,000 of total claim activity right now. Now, some of that claim activity is set in your reserves. And I don't know how familiar you guys are with loss runs and claims. If you guys flip the pages and go to this page right here, it'll say Liberty Mutual at the top. So this is part of your guys' loss runs. Loss runs is the document the carrier gives you to show you your claims. So for Liberty Mutual, this is showing us from 2021 to today's date, or 1/30 of 24. your total incurred losses are 354,751. Now, the third line down is your outstanding reserves. Right now, there's $101,000 that the carrier has in their reserve bank that has not been used. And that reserve bank is what the carrier puts aside as this is what we think we're going to have to pay for these outstanding open claims that the bills that we haven't got yet that we're planning that we're probably going to have to pay. Now, that reserve amount can go up. That reserve amount can go down depending on what the claims do. And it's all about how the claim progresses. If all of a sudden you have a work comp injury and all of a sudden the doctor says, hey, we're not progressing, you need surgery, that reserve amount is going to go up. Now, if the doctor says, hey, you're healing faster, or if it's a lawsuit and all of a sudden the lawsuit settles and the mediation went well and that lawsuit total is down, that reserve amount can also come down. So that is where these totals are coming from on your guys' claim. Now, when you're looking at your claims, I can tell you that amount of claims in a 3-year time frame is high. That is a very high amount of claims, and that is one of the factors that's causing you guys to have higher rates, which is causing your premiums to go up. So when we're looking at your overall program, that's one of the things that we see that we start asking questions. Okay, what are we doing to stop those claims? What are we doing to get the underwriter's attention to maybe say, hey, it was just a bad year. You know, we understand. Here's what we've done this year to show you that we're trying to solve those claims. And to do that, there's numerous ways to get the underwriter's attention to say, hey, give us more rates or give us more credit to offset your rates because of our bad year. So there is ways to offset that, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. Going back to the Gallagher sheet. So with that in mind, I put together some bullet points below on some of the things that we would do as your guys' agent broker to kind of help get the county back on the right path, and also take some stress off your guys' plates on the insurance side. The first thing that we would do that we have seen positive reaction to claims and also safety is for an account of your guys' size, you really need to do a quarterly claim review with this board and also Susan. This should be done every quarter. You should sit down every quarter, go through every claim that's open to see what's going on. Claims and taxes are the same thing. The longer the tax guy is at your house, the more you're going to have to pay. The longer a claim's open, the more you're going to have to pay on that claim. So what we need to do is every quarter sit down with that claim, look at that claim, see what's going on, and see why it's still open. Is it because the lawsuit is still pending? Have they gone to mediation? Are we getting communication from the lawyers, from the adjusters? What's going on with that claim? Why is it still open? These are conversations we need to have to see what we can do to get that claim closed. With the Gallagher team, one of the nice things that Gallagher has that most brokers don't have is we have our own legal counsel with Gallagher. We have lawyers on staff. And I have used these lawyers already. So if we have a claim for the county come in, and it's a huge claim, or even if it's a claim that you guys say, hey, Josh, we don't want that person to collect at all. We don't care what happens. We don't want them to collect. We call our lawyers who are on staff with Gallagher, and we say, we need you to go and fight with our carriers and make sure our carriers don't do what we don't want them to do. So we have lawyers on staff who will fight with us against even our own carriers to make sure things go the way that we want. Or if it's a huge claim, we're going to call our lawyers within our Gallagher network of Gallagher to make sure that they're fighting with us and for us with our adjusters to make sure that those claims go the way that we want. If it's a $2.5 million claim, and that's a claim that I'm dealing with right now, the first phone call was to the adjuster. The second phone call was to our lawyers with Gallagher to make sure they were on this claim because it's $2.5 million. And that was just the first paper that we got. Now it's up to 12 million. So that's a huge number for that claim and for that carrier. And we want to make sure that someone's on it to make sure that it closes out for hopefully a lot less than that. So, besides that, these bullet points, we need to meet quarterly on vehicle and equipment lists. Now, what we normally do, especially with the city, is we work with department heads. So we meet with the department heads every quarter, either through emails or in person, and we check with them to make sure nothing's changed. Department heads, have you have any new equipment? Have you changed your vehicles that we were notified about? We want to make sure all of their lists are up to date with us to make sure that there is no coverage gap. When we stepped into the city, and I don't talk bad about people, so when I say these things, I have to figure out how to say it. When we took over the city, we wanted to make sure that everything was proper, updated. And we did that, and we made lots of changes because we noticed some things that needed updated. And now we're meeting with or emailing every quarter to make sure everything that we've done so far stays updated. That should be done every quarter. Any areas that are high claim areas, we're going through those high claim areas every quarter. So if we see any high general liability areas that we're getting claims on, we're going to go through those areas every quarter to make sure those get fixed. Twice a year, we're doing safety walkthroughs through all the city-owned buildings. We would do the same thing with the county. We want to make sure all those buildings are safe. We go through there because the staff of the county, they're in those buildings every day. Guarantee you that they're missing stuff because they're in there every day. They're not seeing stuff because they see it every single day. So what we do is we walk through there and we do our own safety walk because we want to see if there's anything that could hurt a resident of this city, this county, or an employee. Make sure there's nothing that we need to change inside those buildings to make employees more safe. We also assist with mandatory OSHA training. If you would flip to this colorful paper. So this is my OSHA matrix. I say it's mine, but I borrowed it from a friend. So what this is every single OSHA program that you are required to train on if you touch that program. And what we do is we go through every department and we ask them about these programs. Are you training on these programs? Are you done with these programs? Do you have these programs printed and are they in your safety binder? And on this list, you'll see every program that needs trained upon. Next to it, you're going to see the authority regulation. That is the official OSHA number that relates to that program. Next to that, in the yellow chart, that'll show you when the OSHA program needs to be trained on. So the initial would be for a new employee. Then if it needs to be trained every year, every 2 years, every three years, or if it's a change to that program. So if you change on your HAZCOM training, if you change how that training needs done, then everyone needs to be retrained. And then next to that is the delivery method. Is it online? Is it in class? Is it a clinic? So what we do is we meet with the department heads and we figure out what needs done with each department on these OSHA programs. If OSHA shows up, the first thing they're asking for is your OSHA manual. This solves that issue. We help create these OSHA manuals, and in the OSHA manual will be the sign-in sheet from when the training's done. So we help your departments make sure that this gets done, because if this does not get done and OSHA does come on site, this is a huge fine. This is a very, very large fine. So that's part of our process and our procedure to make sure the county stay taken care of, to make sure these trainings get done. If you go back to the Gallagher sheet. After that, we go through the work comp, and part of the work comp is going through the work comp procedures. Now, we're not saying we're going to come in and change all this stuff. We would meet with Susan. We would get with Susan and say, hey, Susan, tell us what procedures you have in place. And we would ask Susan, it sounds great. Here's ours. Do you like ours instead? Do you like yours? Do you want us to redo yours? Do you want to keep yours? We, at the end of the day, if you bring us on board, we are hired by you. We work for the county. So we're trying to help you. So if Susan says, hey, Josh, your material is great, but I'd rather stick with what we have, sounds great. Yep, we'll for sure do that. Or she's like, hey, Josh, here's mine. Take a look at it. If you want to tweak it, that's fine. So we'll tweak it. We'll send it back to her. She says, yep, looks great. We'll go ahead and do that. So nothing that I'm saying here has to be done. These are just recommendations on how to make things better if it needs to become better. The next one is work comp. So let's talk about work comp. If you go to this page, you're going to see risk snapshot report. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with what a mod score is. A mod score is a score they give you that the easiest way to explain it is it's a score they give you for your claims compared to your guys' premium. This chart here is a 10-year history of your guys' mod score. At the very bottom is 10 years ago. At the very top is your most current mod score that was just developed about four months ago. And as anything, a brand new company's mod score is 1.0. Anything under 1 is great. You start taking money away from the workman's comp premium. Anything over 1, they start putting things back. So right now your mod score is a 1.28, which means you're paying 28% more than what a brand new company would make or would pay. I'm sorry. Where 10 years ago, you guys were at a 0.87, which means that you guys got credit on your work comp. So right now, you guys, last year you were at 1.22. This year you're at 1.28, which means automatically you're paying more on your work comp than what you should. So I am trained in work comp. I handle work comp very hands-on. From all the years of owning a restaurant, I can't tell you how many fraud claims that we went through that we had to beg and plead our agent to investigate before I sold insurance. So work comp has always been a very important topic for me, especially for my clients, because once again, you have some bad years, your mod score goes up, you start paying a lot of money. And for small businesses or any business, it stinks because it's on there for 3 years. So you have an injury, it's on there for 3 years, and your mod score could kill you for 3 years. So the one thing we do is we work with you guys on your workman's comp to review and restructure the work comp in injury procedure to see if we can stop the high work comp mod score. And how we do that is be very, very hands-on. So when you look at, if you flip the page, you'll see a workman's composition claims. This is my procedures for workman's comp claim. Now what we would do is we would discuss this with every department head. So they would know as long as Susan is okay with this. And once again, everything that we do, Susan would know about, and she would be our coach. We would be the quarterback. We would get Susan's okay before we did anything. So we would go to department heads and make sure they know what our procedures are. And these are key because we want everyone to know what to do so they can't come back and go, well, I didn't know what we're supposed to do. We're going to let everyone know. And all it is kind of common sense. Let us know within 24 hours. You're going to go to occupational health. When you get done, you're going to bring us the paperwork. We want to see if there's light duty. We want to see what your restrictions are. And if you are allowed to have light duty and restrictions, you're going to come back to work the next day. We will find something for you to do, because on your workman's comp, you got medical and you have sit at home pay. Sit at home pay hurts your workman's comp score worse than your medical side. So we want people back working ASAP. So once we get the report back from the doctor, we work with Susan to help find light duty. If Susan doesn't have anything, then we would ask her permission to go to a non-for-profit and get the employee to work inside that non-for-profit. County would have to pay for the employee, but at least the employee is working somewhere where people can watch them, make sure they're working with restrictions. And also it's a write-off because you're having your employee work for a non-for-profit while they're healing. People heal better out and about than if they're at home. So if they're at home watching Oprah, it takes longer, and it's proven. But once again, that would all be approved by Susan, by you guys before we did anything. So beyond that, we would put this in the employee handbook, so they're signing for it. And basically, this is just saying, hey, if you're hurt, you're gonna follow our instructions. You're gonna come back as soon as possible to work. It's not a suggestion; it's required. So it's just like if we told someone to go mow the grass, go pick up trash. If we say you're gonna come back to work and it's within those doctor's restrictions, you're gonna have to. By doing those, and also you'll see the investigation reports that we have. These help us fight fraud claims, and this also helps us get people back to work ASAP. And by working with the adjusters and seeing the doctor's reports to see when appointments are, to see what how people are healing, because every report we get from the doctor, it's going to tell us how the employee is doing. It's going to tell us when the next appointment is. It's going to tell us restrictions, so we can file those claims to make sure that the claims are going the right way. Because we've seen claims where the employee is almost healed, and all of a sudden the doctor says needs surgery. Well, how did we go from almost healed to that you need surgery all of a sudden? How did that happen? Well, I can tell you what happened. You weren't following the doctor's recommendations. You have a second job that you didn't tell anyone about. And now we just found out. Because there's no way you can go from almost healed to surgery unless something happened. I can't tell you how many times we've caught people. I've caught people lifting weights. I've caught people re-roofing their house. I've caught people walking their dog when they're not supposed to use their right arm, and they had one dog on each arm, and a dog tried to pull away and yank the person's arm. We've caught, it's ridiculous. So everything goes through us because we're looking at all these documents, making sure that claims are closing in the proper way. So these are all ways that we control claims to make sure that your mod score gets back to where it is. We are at a 95% success rate on mod scores going down. Now, are there times that we do everything we can and mod scores go up? Yes. Things happen. Bad luck happens, people get hurt, yes. But most of the time, you don't have those bad lucks. And with these procedures, we get that mod score back down. This page right here. So the other thing that we do as an agent / broker is we will go around when we do our walk around is we will look at ergonomics of all jobs to make sure that people are working safely. We see it with desk jobs a lot of people not sitting correctly, not sitting at 90-degree angles, chicken elbows, In manufacturing settings, you see it a bunch with being hunched over or doing the same muscle group work all day long. Then you have rotational issues, nerve issues, and it goes on and on. So what we do is we go around and make sure everyone is working correctly as long as we're allowed to do that. We do a report and an assessment to let you guys know what we found. Once again, just trying to prevent future claims. So, okay. Also, another thing that we do is we do help with audits. So if it's on-site audit, we'll be here to help on site. If it's a email or mail-in audit, we'll be here to help put everything together, and then we'll send those in for Susan if she likes. Once again, if Susan says I don't want your help, we don't have to, but we have it down to an Excel format to make sure people get classified in the right categories. On your workman's comp, each class code has a different rate. So another way to make sure that the county is paying what they should pay is making sure the audits are classed where they should be classed with the employees. I know Susan's used to them, so I'm not worried. I know she's got that dialed in, but if she ever wants help to take it off her plate, we'd be glad to. So down below that, it just talks about the claim processing and procedures, kind of what we just talked about. The most important thing is, we tell clients, doesn't matter how big, how small, just call us. You guys are not going to remember what's covered. You walk in and none of your computers work, call us. You probably got a search. You get a phone call from an angry resident because something got ran over by a plow. Call us, give us that person's info. We'll be glad to call them to see what's going on, and then we can check coverage and get back to you guys. That's why we say just small, big or small, just call us and we'll take care of it from there. Next page we talk about marketing. The one thing that we do on a 3-year period is we go to market every three years. When we go to market every 3 years, this is not a guessing game for you guys to guess where we went to. Every 3 years, we will show you every carrier that we went to, and we will show you what their response was. As you can see from our list, some of these carriers you guys might have not heard of, and that's just because we have access to more carriers than most agents do. So what we would do when we go to market is we would go to every single carrier, and one of the hard things that stops a lot of brokers from going to all these carriers is every one of these carriers requires us to fill out their application. And this isn't an application that you print from your computer and send in. This is a sit down, many days, computer work or by hand, and fill out 20 to 40 pages of information that they need. And this is every single carrier. So a lot of times there's carriers and brokers out there who won't go to all these carriers because they know that it's a ton of work. And that's why we say every 3 years. Every year is not a good thing because these underwriters, it takes a lot of work, and they don't want to see it every year. And after they see it for a few years, they will stop quoting it. So we say, no, don't do it every year. Every 3 years is plenty. But also, you guys, as you guys are running this county, you should see what all these carriers say. If they say no, if they say yes, if they say no, why? What was the reason for no? Is there something that we need to correct within the county to get a yes to get numbers? So you need to know all of these reasons. If it's a no or yes, what was the premium and how does that compare to what we have now? By knowing that helps us in the future to determine how to make the county better, if it needs to be better, to get better rates or quotes from all carriers to help save the county money. I'm a humongous fan of options. I am not a fan of being desperate. Having only 3 carriers to choose from is not good. We need more. Because if we have more, then we have competition. If we have competition, then we can drive down rates and premiums because then we have more people who want the business. So that's huge in trying to get premiums down. So going through your guys' current policies, there are some concerns that we've already seen. Right now, your guys' current rates and deductibles are higher than what we have seen with counties and cities of your guys' size. The employment practices liability policy is the same thing. The premium and then also your deductible is very, very high. The crime policy. So your crime policy is the coverage in case you find out that someone who works for the county has been stealing. Right now, that policy is only sitting at $100,000. With the amount of money that the county is taking and has, that is by far way too low. I don't know the last time I saw a county or city or school have a crime limit that low. That needs to go up quickly. Your cyber rate and deductible is very, very high. I'll bring this up here in a little bit, but we just so last year when we went on to take over the city's policy, we didn't have enough time to market the cyber policy. So this year we were able to finally do a full market of the cyber policy. Just the cyber policy by itself, we saw a So we saw so this year we saw a 20% reduction in premium on the cyber policy. And then we also took the deductible from 50,000 down to 10 grand. Just by marketing the cyber policy and finding a better home. Coverages match. All we did is we took it to more carriers and we found a better carrier than who they were using. And all that is just doing the proper job of going to different carriers, talking to the underwriters, telling them about the city, the size, the risk, the kind of businesses we have, the kind of crime rates that we have, just to get them to understand that Auburn is not Fort Wayne. Auburn is not Gary. When they hear Indiana, we're not Indy. We're in a nice little corner. So we're a nice little safe corner. So by having these conversations, we're able to secure better rates and a deductible that makes sense. The police professional, the rate that is currently on the policy, once again, needs a serious conversation with the underwriter. I'm not sure why their rate is so high. I don't know if it's that carrier, but looking at the other policies within the Gallagher network compared to what is currently on the policy, that is definitely a coverage that we can see a nice reduction in. Once again, if you go to a carrier that has a better rate, which there's 3 carriers right now that I know for a fact that have better rates on the police professional side. We already talked about the claimant activity. The one policy I did not see, and Susan, I don't know if it is or not. I didn't see an inland marine policy or a equipment break or a equipment floater policy. So this would be the policy that has all of the equipment that they would take outside of buildings.
I think we have inland.
So you have a current one with Selective, but that's just for the builder's risk for the new highway department. But I didn't see one with Liberty, and I didn't see it on that list that shows all of the policies.
Okay, then we must not, because everything I sent was all that I know of.
Okay, that's a huge problem, because that is your coverage for all the stuff that you would take outside of the building. So that would be tools, equipment, bobcats, plows, saws, hammers, anything that you would take outside of a building and use out on the roads, anywhere. That policy right now I haven't seen. It doesn't show up in the policy itself. So that's a big concern. I would tell you with the city, when we took that on, that was one of the big issues the city had, that Tim and I found that policy was the one that we had to take the most care with, because there was some updating that we had to do. Next page.
I will look into that to make sure.
Yeah, I would be a little shocked, Susan. I would think, but I would tell you what, like the page the Liberty page that showed all of the different sections of the policy, it wasn't on there. And I would be pretty shocked.
And what else could it possibly be?
Equipment floater?
I will look.
Yeah. Because I mean, that'd be, insurance trustees normally doesn't make mistakes. I mean, they're good people. I mean,
I'll find it.
Yeah. Next page, just a little idea of some of the things that we've done for the city of Auburn and also other cities that we've taken over. Initially, premiums went down 20% when we first took it over. There were gaps in missing coverages. We corrected almost $500,000 of missing equipment coverages throughout all the departments. We started doing the quarterly check with all the department heads. And we also took that off of the plate of the clerk, and especially with the transition going on, that was huge for them. We reduced the time frame of claims staying open, and that's just by Tim and I having direct conversations with the city and also the adjusters. We do on-site investigation for claims. So we had a liability claim that I actually did an on-site investigation, and because of that investigation, the claim did not go anywhere at all. It wasn't a big claim. But by going on-site and seeing exactly what the issue was, that gave us the information with the adjuster to help keep that claim as zero paid out. Tim and I are the direct contact for the city. So if anything happens, all they have to do is email him and I together for everything. Doesn't matter if it's claims, billing, changes, if they're frustrated with something with insurance. It doesn't matter what it is. We are the main contact. Everything goes through us. From there, we turn it in for them. We also are doing on-site training. So we have done 2 on-site safety trainings already. And then we also did a OSHA training class. And then Tim and I are involved in the monthly safety meetings. And then starting this month, him or I will be at all of the monthly meetings. So the 9 and 6 o'clock meetings on Tuesdays. Just in case we hear something that comes up, or if they have questions during the meeting. So we'll be there in case they have any questions. And then the last part is the cyber. After that, this is some other documents that we included in all the vehicles. It is just a little safety sheet in case an accident happens. So this gives the driver a little guide on what to do because they get flustered. So this would be the page with the vehicle on the front. So it just tells them what to do. I love the first one, breathe. The first one's breathe. Breathe, people. It's not a big deal. Breathe. And don't say I'm sorry. Please don't say you're sorry.
Or it's my fault.
Or it's my fault. Mm-hmm. Or I was on my phone. Don't say any of that. So it just gives them a little idea what to do. And then the page after that gives them the information they need to collect while they're there. The one thing that holds up the claim process for vehicles is when the driver says, when we go to the driver and say, hey, did you get this information? No, but here's a police report number. Okay, where's the information? Well, it'll be on the police report. Well, unfortunately, we have to wait for the police officer to upload all that information. And sometimes they get busy and it takes weeks to get that police report. Especially, not so much Auburn, but Fort Wayne, it takes a lot of time. So by that piece of paper, we can get the information sooner. So if it's not our fault, then we know who the carrier is so we can get with them right away. If not, it takes weeks sometime to get that police report. So just by having this info, it helps us get claims done sooner, faster, and taken care of. So what does all this mean? So what all this means is what we're asking. We're asking you folks to consider, instead of us saying, hey, can we have your permission to go out to carriers and quote it? What we're asking you guys is, would you consider doing a quote and interviewing agents? Because having agents quote carriers doesn't do much, because having a carrier is just like someone holding a hammer. If someone's really good at holding a hammer, they can do really neat things. Me holding a hammer equals the ER. I'm not good at holding hammers. I get stitches. And that's why my wife says, don't touch that. So what we're asking you all to consider is, instead of the old-fashioned way of, hey, you go quote, well, the problem is there's only so many carriers out there, is, hey, can we quote agent to see what agent or what broker might be best for the county to give them the service that you guys really deserve? Because you pay a lot of money for insurance, and you guys deserve something a little bit more stable where you're not seeing large increases, and also to have solutions to get premiums down. The problem is agents come in here and they go, hey, your premium's going up, but they don't say, well, how are we going to bring them back down? Well, we have solutions to bring those back down. So that's what we're asking.
When you're saying interview agents, what do you mean by that?
So-
You are our agent, aren't you? If we
Yep.
bring you on our board, you're our agent.
Yep.
So what do you mean by interviewing agents?
So instead of doing a quote where we would bring you a quote that shows you a carrier and their premiums, and interview agents to see what the agent will bring to the table to give you guys, and what services they're going to give you, and then also what their plan is to make things better, to make sure you guys don't have large increases, and also what they're going to do with your current premium and their plan for the future to bring that back down.
What agents would you be interviewing?
Well, it would be what agents would you guys want to interview? So we're asking
Tim
is,
and Mike and Kyle.
Oh, I see where you're going with this. All right.
So
Yeah.
they want to do this without a renewal
Todd.
quote.
I see what you're saying.
because the problem is when you deal with cities and towns and schools, I mean, we have more carriers than most, but normally there's only 5 carriers. So, once insurance trustees sends out the apps, those carriers will only work with insurance trustees. We don't have access to those carriers. But if insurance trustees brings on travelers, is there solutions to these problems, and are things going to get better? What are the solutions to make the claims better, to get the premiums down and keep them down so it doesn't happen anymore? Because we can already see with the 10-year history of your mod score that things aren't getting better, because then within 10 years, the mod score has only been in a good point for 2. And we can see with the claim history that in a 3-year time frame, there's been almost $400,000 in claims.
Can I ask you about that too? That was a question, and I don't want to lose my thought on that. So you have $354,751 in claims. Did that include work comp? And what were those claims broken down? I mean, the reason why I ask, you talked about reducing injuries. I know of a person that when they were 17, they were screwing around, screwed up their shoulder. health insurance paid to fix it, $40,000. Got a bad surgery, did everything supposed to do, it healed, but mobility was maybe 80%. Now, 10 years later, they get hurt at the job, guess what, same injury, because it was a bad fix to start with, but now their work comp's paying it where they work for, and they don't even take in consideration the 10 years before that they had surgery and that it was actually a bad surgery. So that employer is being hit for that claim on their work comp, even though it didn't happen at work. We have the same issue, and I'm not saying our employee is getting us, but, you know, they throw a ball to train a dog.
Yep.
And they do $100,000 of damage to their shoulder throwing a ball. Now, if you can't throw a ball without incurring $100,000 worth of damage, there had to be something wrong with your shoulder beforehand.
Yep.
But our insurance just pays the claim, and I believe that one still might even be ongoing. Again, I'm placing no blame on the employee here, but I'm just saying, obviously, there was a previous injury that happened, because there's no way you can throw a ball and do $100,000 of damage unless you're throwing a 80-pound ball and trying to throw it 300 mile an hour. I just don't. So I'd be curious to know, when you say our claims are high, is that $100,000 ball throwing claim in there? Because there was no way for us to prevent that I can see. Unless someone like you steps in and says, wait a minute, you saying you threw a ball and it was a $100,000 surgery? Did you have any other previous injuries to this shoulder? And when did it happen? And is that contestable?
Yep.
Because the way I understand it, what IPEP said is, because that's who our carrier is on it, IPEP says, no, it happened they indicated that the pain started when they threw the ball, therefore we have to pay it, and it's this and it's that, and maybe you need to change your training policies. Well, if I can't throw a ball to a dog, how do you combat that? How do you get rid of that $100,000 claim?
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? It's the same issue.
So in that situation, there's a couple things we can do first before we just say let's pay it. So the big thing first off is finding out that they had a surgery off the bat is the challenge. So let's just say that we knew. Let's say that we knew 10 years ago there was a surgery. So what we can do is we can ask the carrier and the adjuster to red flag that claim, because we're all like, okay, wait a second, there's something going on. This seems goofy. Let's red flag this claim. We want you to look into it. Once they red flag it, they can pull the medical history, and then after that, we can get a nurse case manager assigned to that claim, and then we can get with the nurse case manager and have a meeting on that claim to let the nurse case manager know our feeling. Hey, here's our feelings on this. Just doesn't seem right. At that point, the nurse case manager will go to every single doctor's appointment for that claim. And on that first appointment, the nurse case manager can let the doctor know our feelings and our concerns. And then also the doctor can take a look at that medical history to see if this injury is tied to an actual work comp injury. And how he does that is he will get a report from us, from his supervisor or department head or whatever, and there'll be a detail of what his job is. So they'll do a deep detail of what his daily life is, and they'll either do a report or the nurse case manager will go on site and she'll do a recording of what his job is. She'll have someone do a little video of example of what his job is, how he does it, what it consists of. And then the nurse case manager will show all this to the doctor to make sure that this injury is from work comp. Because the doctor will be able to tell with all that info if something like this would happen from work comp, because they'll also look at.
How do you get that medical history from 10 years ago, though, especially with HIPAA, to know that person had that surgery 10 years ago?
The doctor.
He can pull that and he can share it with you?
Yep, and nurse case manager.
Okay, all right. And I didn't mean to cut you off, it's just if I'm thinking.
We can't.
Right.
I can't pull it. But if we red flag the claim, they'll pull medical, they'll pull social. So they'll pull like social media background and all that stuff. Now, if we get to a point where it's a claim where we just feel and we have enough investigation where we're pretty sure it's a fraud, they will also hire field investigators that will follow them around.
And I'm not saying this was a
No, I
problem.
know.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, who's to say someone that's 50 years old hasn't hurt their shoulder 15 years ago, especially in an event so simple as doing a simple motion?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Now, they fall off a roof on their head and their shoulder. Hey, I'm not going to contest that. That's
Correct.
pretty easy.
Yep.
But I just look at that one and go,
Yeah.
wait a minute here. Why are we paying
Yeah.
this?
And
This seems like a health insurance claim to me, not a workman's comp claim.
yeah, and I just had a recent claim late last year where in a manufacturing setting, a Mexican employee hurt their shoulder, and he didn't let us know of a past surgery down in Mexico, and actually it turned into surgery, and the doctor opened his shoulder up, and the surgery down in Mexico, they used the wrong equipment, so they had to rip all the equipment out, put the right equipment in, and that was denied by because the injury wasn't actually from his job, it was from the botched surgery down in Mexico.
That makes sense.
And we didn't know it
Right.
until he opened it up. So what we did is we paid for everything before the surgery on work comp because we sent him and we didn't know. But from the surgery on, not on us.
Let me ask you the next question. I'm sorry, guys. This has always intrigued me. So I don't understand the insurance quote process. Like you said, you guys, I learned this once through insurance trustees. I'll just use them as they had our insurance forever at the car lot. They still do,
Yeah.
but we were with Motorist forever. A friend of mine wanted to quote us in Hamilton, and our agent says, go ahead and let them quote it, Todd, but it won't even be close. We write so much with them, and my friend quoted me almost double.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, you're double. And he goes, well, that can't be. And so I called back and he says, no, we get a discount and we pretty much rebate it to you because of the amount is that a true story that, in other words, if so, it's almost a absolute scam the way it's set up because let's say you quote someone through Liberty and then Liberty says, and let's say in other words, they say, hey, Josh, that policy is going to be $250 to you. You mark it up however you want. And so you mark it up to $280. Now the next person can't quote $260 because you've quoted $280. That doesn't make any sense to me. Is that how it works?
No.
It does in the airplane market. That's why if you go to insure an airplane right now, if you have gotten a quote, another agent can't quote it for less than that.
Yeah, that's how it works for us.
Why though?
Now,
Why can't another agent quote it for less?
Now-
I don't understand that.
So the first answer to your question is why can't another agent quote it for less? So carriers will only work with one agent at a time because of the amount of time it takes to get the information, and different agents will give different infos, and different informations can give off different premiums.
Okay.
So if Tim and I are quoting this, and Tim gives wrong values or wrong information or doesn't give all the loss runs or let's say he's whiting out loss runs and so not all the information is correct, all of a sudden his quote's 20% less than my quote. I'm gonna be like, underwriter, what's going on? You like Tim more than me? Why are you giving him 20% less? And that's why they only do one quote for one agent. Now, to make it less, the only way that you could make it less is by either cutting your commission, cutting all the commission and doing it on a fee, which is saying, hey, normally your commission is 20 grand, but hey, how about we make it 10 grand, and we'll just send you a bill for 10 grand.
For our services.
Or by the information being instead of your sales being 3 million, they put your sales as 1 million. There's only one carrier out there that allows multiple agent quotes, and that's good old auto. And that's it. Every other carrier, first in, and you're it.
Market for municipal carriers is just so small that there's no other way to do it.
And I understand that, like you said, that, they didn't give us the correct information. Your real numbers were this. That's why and I get that. It just seems very, like when we wanted our health insurance. well, you got to name us a agent and record to even get a quote.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't understand that. Well, it's because you got to give this information and you have to have permission, and it just seems very backwards. You guys got your head again, and I understand now why you're saying, hey, well, let us interview, let's do the agent process here. And I see how you're trying to backdoor through that now, and I don't mean that in a bad term.
No, yeah.
I'm seeing why you're doing that
Yeah.
now. It just
And
seems
it's-
to me like
And the only reason why we're looking at it this way is because, once again, it's such a small market, and then we see things that can be done in a new way. Once again, I try very hard to say things in a proper way. So we see ways of doing this in a proper way that could definitely be better cost effective.
Because what you're asking us to do, and I'm open to anything, you know, when we've had an agent for 50 years
Right.
that's taking care of the account, it's pretty tough to leave them unless we see some definite advantage to the taxpayers, because
Yeah.
I don't answer to them.
Yep.
I answer to the taxpayers.
Yeah,
So I want to do what's
Yep.
right for the taxpayers, but then again, what's right for the taxpayers is having a good, consistent agent too that is reliable and will take care of us. And I see how you're presenting here, and I have no problem with that.
Yep.
I just want to make sure that we think about this really hard, guys,
Yep.
before we jump on something.
Yep.
You know,
Well, we need to, plus we're under some time pressure here.
Yeah.
We've got 21 days
Yeah.
until we renew, and we've got one meeting
Now,
on
Yeah.
on the day we renew.
Now, what our plan would be is if you gave us the opportunity to become your agent, is we would still take your policy to market. One of the reasons why we're not taking to market now is for two reasons. One, one of the key markets that we have preferred rates in and a good relationship, we're blocked. The other reason why we can't quote it now is timing. There's not enough time. But I can tell you that if we become your agent, the one thing we're doing is we still want to take this to market this year. We would still plan on taking your whole account to market with the full strength of Gallagher. So we would initially, there is money savings initially when we become your agent by just making some changes, and then when we go to market, there is going to be some cost saving.
and when would it go to market?
So we would get with Susan and ask her if she would like a date that makes more sense than 2/27, which there probably is. So your guys' effective date is 2/27, which has been that way for probably forever. But we would ask her if there's a better date that she would like, and then whatever she tells us, we would use that as the effective date, and then we would start 4 months before that, and then we would go to market. Because
So
You're
if I-
talking
if
for
I-
25 then.
for this year,
If I understand this, if we make them our agent, they're going to take all the work that insurance trustees has done.
no, we're not,
And
Mike. No.
you're going to renew
No.
those policies?
So we'll renew the policies, just to make sure there's coverage. And then we're going to start from scratch, and we're going to all our markets, because there's markets on our sheet that they don't have access to.
So you can cancel, so let's say we renew with who we're with just to keep coverage. You can cancel mid-year
Yes.
and then reinstate a policy?
Yep.
You don't
Well,
have
it wouldn't be
That's not like health
reinstate.
I'm sorry?
It wouldn't be reinstate.
No, I mean, you can write a new policy and
Yes.
cancel an old
Yep.
one midstream. So it's not like health insurance? then?
No.
All right.
No,
That
the
was
only-
the, see, I'm
Different
confused.
animal.
Yeah.
The only time that becomes an issue is if you're with a specialty policy called an E&S carrier, which is a policy you go to for policies that are hard to place somewhere else.
Right.
They might have like a 25% premium guarantee where you can't move it for the first 25% of that policy. None of your policies are on. That'd be the only reason. Now, on the work comp, there's some behind the scenes work that we have to do to make sure that it doesn't affect your bond score, which you have to do it in a precise way, which we do all the time. But like I said, there's there's initial savings that I know of that I can tell you right now, probably somewhere between 10 to 20 grand that we can save the county when the switch happens. And then beyond that, from what we've seen, there's more savings I can tell you right now just by switching to one of our preferred carriers.
Read the explanation.
But like I said, it's when it's a different, it's a hard thought, just me thinking about what your chair would be like. It's a different thought, because it's like, you're used to saying, okay, let's see a quote, and then you get that quote, like, yeah, it's a nice savings. Let's go ahead and switch this. It's like, our method here is, hey, look at all these services that we can give, all the better services, all the better ways of changing this around, make life easier, take stuff off your guys' plate, and then, okay, once we become your agent, now we'll find out what date works best. We'll remarket this, find better quotes. But yeah, it's just a different way of thinking of this, just because it's not like it was back in the day. There's not that much carriers anymore, and pricing is just ridiculous. I mean, policy, a lot.
The whole PNC market is crazy.
What is our total policy?
You know what? I was going to add it up, but without having, I wasn't sure if the equipment breakdown was there. I didn't see the work policy on there, but
I probably didn't send that part.
no.
I'm thinking I forgot that.
See, Susan probably have it right there, but it's up.
400 and some thousand, or
So
the 400,000 range?
No, it's 2-something.
Oh, is it 200 some?
the renewal for what we're getting ready to end, and that would include, let me look, I don't think it doesn't have workman's comp part on it. That was $379,257.
It was close to 400.
And then there's the,
Yeah, and the work comp on top of that, which,
And that's, now you just jinxed me and I can't.
You jinxed it.
I will tell you, the copies that she made for us, it was like Tim and I were like, this is unreal.
she sends me too
I'm
much
a little
stuff.
OCD.
We were like, this
Yeah, I
is
ask her for
I
one
can't
thing,
find
she
work
sends
comp.
me a volume of books.
it's
Like,
amazing.
Yeah, I can't find work.
that's
comp.
fine. So it's 400 grand almost, is what I'm saying. So
plus the
I bet you
15, 18%.
I bet you anything that with the work comp, you're probably supposed to have half a million.
I'd say so, probably. Yeah.
Because especially with the mod score being where it is,
Because work comp's developed off of payroll times the mod score, right?
yeah. And then there's more. I mean, there's some more in there.
I know, but I mean, that's the
But
basic
mainly, yeah.
premises is.
Yeah, because you've got your payroll
Bob
times
has-
times your rate,
Yeah.
and then
Job
some
classifications,
taxes,
multipliers.
taxes,
taxes.
fees.
Okay.
All right.
That's it. That's my my dog and pony show.
Okay.
All I got.
We'll hash this out. And I've got a proposal I want to jump into next if we're done here with,
Yep.
and I got a problem.
Yeah, and also, sorry, if you guys do decide that you want to make a switch, or if you want more info, just let me know. Switching is easy. So, but yeah, and if you guys want any more info or whatever we can supply, just let us know.
Thank you, guys.
Yep,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much.
Okay, meeting schedule.
Yeah.
The next meeting is the 19th, is President's Day.
Yeah, it's 26th is what the schedule
26
says.
is what I have down
Yeah,
for the next
that's what
meeting.
the schedule says.
Yeah,
26th?
The 26th
Yeah.
is his
Okay.
next scheduled
Yeah.
meeting, yeah.
Okay. We can, that's 1, 2, 3 weeks.
Yeah, because we're missing, because of
Next week
President's Day.
and 19th.
Yeah, because we went on that 2 schedule and, yeah.
Can we do that? Or do we want to come in next week?
I'm out of town.
I am too, but I could remote in if I have to. But if Mike's out, we
Thanks,
both
Susan.
can't remote. I don't think we would both want to remote in.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it that we need to do? This?
This, I got a couple other things today. Some of it can wait.
I don't see how we can make a decision like this in 3 weeks' time.
I don't think,
And then
especially,
do justice to really interviewing. I mean, we've got to let insurance trustees
Right.
respond, and they want to do an interview. I just,
and going forward, we probably need to jump on this sooner than we are as far as like
well,
the.
yeah, I mean, if we would have done this,
Yeah,
if they'd have come up a
Yeah.
month ago or 6 weeks ago, we'd
yeah,
been in a different position.
yeah. Yeah, I don't, either way, I don't think we can make a decision that quickly to get rid of an agent of 50 years. And, you know, I want to save money, don't get me wrong, but if we were having bad service from our agent but just to say, well, we might save some money, so let's switch,
Well, we don't know. So
that
that's
we
the
don't know,
problem,
that's the
yeah.
problem. We got to name them as agent, take away the business from insurance trustees, and then hope they can produce, which I'm not saying they can or can't.
Yeah.
But I'd have to really, I got to think about this, is
Okay.
what I'm saying. I'm not ready to make a decision on that quickly.
And
Okay.
cost makes a difference, but I will say their claims process, like with Kyle Pearson, has been excellent from the legal standpoint.
Yeah, yeah,
So, I mean, and there's maybe two, but I'm just saying Kyle Pearson's has been excellent.
yeah.
We get the claim in and we get pretty quick responsiveness.
Next thing I'd like to clean up today is that van.
Oh, the
weights and
ProMaster?
measures. The Ram ProMaster.
Is that this?
That's weights and measures, right?
Yeah, weights and measures. We got a van, we've got it, Todd's got it purchased for $34,500. These vans, what I'm seeing, I found one in the ad paper, 40,000. We checked one out in Michigan, that was 40,000. Those are Fords. Given that doesn't really make that much difference, it's the mileage and condition. And this van is in excellent condition, it looks like. Todd drove it home from Florida, got 4 new tires on it.
And he made it.
Yeah, 82 mile an hour, got 17.3 mile per gallon, that's not too bad. Oh, wait, no, 70 mile per hour, I got.
So I'd like to move on this today and get this thing purchased and then get it over to Patrick and then give him the authorization to order that unit that goes inside.
Are you comfortable with the,
I think so, yes. I mean, I think especially with Bill having looked at what other options are, and there's nothing similar to the need currently, the way I'm
this,
looking at it.
this is used, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The problem is going out and finding one like this at a dealership and
Right,
getting the
yeah.
price on it. It's just not necessarily sitting there.
Yeah, if you order a new one,
You go online, you can find them online all over the place. I did find an ad on one. If you're interested, there's one in an ad.
Probably in Oklahoma or someplace.
Yeah, and, it's not like you can just go to the dealer and get a price on them.
Right.
Because they don't have them sitting on
There's just
the
not
lot.
that many of them out like
Not,
that.
not sitting on the lots.
Yeah.
And like I say, we did go look at the one, Pat Gratt and I went with me, the one up in Michigan. It was 40,000, started out at,
It was 41,000.
yeah, it started out at 40 and the time they had on the dealer charges, it
Fees
was
and
at
all that.
41. They went up instead of down when they asked for. But anyway,
And I believe that last 2 weeks ago, we left it as if nothing else could be found, that it was acceptable
Right, that's
to.
why I feel comfortable.
other
with
than
it.
this one in the ad, I found it. And I'd like to move on it, get it going. Get that transition done, get that weights and measure truck over to the
Yeah, maintenance.
maintenance.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You wanted to take the pickup truck from maintenance, or from weights and measure and give it to maintenance so you can
Yeah.
get that equipped for the new guy too, don't you?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And that'll be perfect for that use.
Yeah, and also, I was throwing in the hitch on it for free. And that's all in price. There's no added, we don't do document fees or anything like that.
Yeah. There is a bulkhead that had been inserted in that. I asked Patrick to get us a price on it. I haven't gotten that yet. But I can't imagine it'd be more than $1,000. I don't.
And you'd have to do that with any van that you buy.
Yeah. With this kind of situation, where the use requires that bulkhead, I think.
Well, it's, yeah, because your gas fumes you're trying to keep out of the cabin,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
So you know, they blow up the back half of the van instead. What's funny about that, if you have an explosion, it's gonna blow that bulkhead right out of there, you know, if
Probably.
you really think about it. But maybe it's just keep the smell out too, I would think.
It's a separation. I mean, if there's a fire back there, it's that fire
Oh,
block,
Okay,
basically. I
it's
mean,
considered a fire block. then.
yeah.
All right. That
Because
makes
there could
sense.
be diesel. There's going to be diesel and gas. Well,
Yeah, and diesel won't necessarily explode, but man, once it starts on fire,
yeah, you got a
it's
hot
hard to put
fire.
out because it's
That's the
an
main
oil.
thing is,
Yeah.
you got that time period, if you have a wreck and there's a fire back there, the rescues have some time to get you out if you're incapacitated
Oh, I didn't
with that
think of that.
bulkhead.
Yeah, I
That
didn't think
bulkhead
about
that gives
that.
them,
So it's a firewall then, essentially?
it's a firewall. It's
Okay.
like the firewall that's in front of you.
I thought it was for explosions. I was gonna
No,
say, that
it's
won't
really
do
a
much,
firewall.
but
It's
for a
really a
firewall,
firewall.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so did I have a motion or did I not have a motion?
I'm waiting for a motion.
I'm out of it.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and make a motion to proceed with the purchase of the ProMaster. It's not an ideal situation, but I don't know that I don't think we're gonna do any better either. And
Price-wise,
there's no used ones around
no.
of any brand. So as long as Andrew feels like we're on solid footing here, I'll make the motion to proceed.
I do at this point, it's under 50,000. Bill's looked at different options, and this
Yeah.
is the best option, and Todd's not voting.
Yeah.
I will second that. Any additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. Motion carries. Okay,
You want a copy of this?
moving along.
There you go.
Did we lose our TVs?
So we'll have,
Technical. They automatically shut off at noon.
Oh,
we'll sign
Yeah, we can get that out. Okay. The ARPA funds. You want to do anything with that today?
I think we need to talk about it. I mean, if you notice, we're starting to see some pretty expensive requests coming in, you know, a chiller at 300,000. And this is stuff that's real and is needed right now. If you've noticed our roads too, I've had some good discussions with Ben on like County Road 35, we're seeing some delamination of that road already, about 3 or 4 years ahead of schedule. Yeah, Not what we just did, but
Oh,
further
okay.
south.
Yeah.
The south.
And I'll tell you what, in these bridges, 1.3 million, all the, hey, this is happening sooner than we thought, this stuff happens. I think it would be very prudent of us to really look at, to give you an idea, I don't see the solar installation at community corrections ever happening at 500 grand. I don't see the cost benefit.
I think we can scratch that off.
Well, there's 500 grand right there.
okay, before we go too far though, all of this,
Careful.
He's gonna have to talk
whatever-
to you about your seat
I
height
know,
there, so.
whatever is planned is gonna have to go back to council.
I agree.
Okay, so I just wanna make sure that you guys, like, you
No,
can't
no.
just change it.
No, what I'm
Okay.
saying is though, I think this was good that we had a plan.
Yeah.
But you know, in 3 years' time, just like the gentleman said
Thanks.
on our jail
Priorities. Mm-hmm.
design, he says 7 years later, you're gonna have a different outlook.
Priorities change.
So I'm still real big on the broadband. I think the majority of that money needs to stay there. I really think that's a necessity. But I'm really concerned, guys, about keeping this jail running. We've got at least 5 years that jail's got to work, and probably closer to 7 if you really think about it.
I don't see
Yeah,
how
time.
it can be any faster than that.
Yeah,
Time the construction's done.
yeah, we're gonna spend probably 2 or 3 million on that jail over time, keeping it going.
Repairs.
I think we better start allocating some money towards the jail out of this ARPA fund to keep, because that is a requirement by statute. We have to keep that jail running. And we need to avoid lawsuits too. That chiller goes down, all of a sudden the air don't work, people say, hey, I'm dying in here, you know, the employees get upset.
Well,
They
you
don't-
gotta find someplace to house them all. If the
Yeah.
chiller goes out, you're not
Let's do this. Let's go through the list and scratch off what we want to eliminate.
Okay.
And then let's go through the list and start adding what we need to have to address, have to have the money for.
Right,
We're gonna do that first. We scratch off what we think we do not need.
okay,
And the solar field obviously is the first one.
yeah,
Second one I'm looking at is Sunny Meadows. We've got the 600, and we got the 100, and, well, we got a net of 144, 152
Yeah.
in the other account.
What does that actually mean, amount per project going into 2020? Does that mean the funds that are
That's the
available?
balance of what was appropriated that's left.
Yeah.
That's left for that
That
particular?
left
that was
over.
originally was 150 was appropriated, and we spent
6,000?
less than 6,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Out of that 144, Pranger doing the bathrooms, that kind of stuff, is that money coming from this particular line item then?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not afraid to leave the 144, the 600 can't stay, in my opinion.
That's my thinking
I
also.
just don't see it. I think we have immediate needs, again, with the jail and the highway. And I think these bridges, guys, scare me to death. I know we said we can do community, the crossing grant, but if we do, it takes away from our paving.
What was the Sunny Meadows money for, anyway?
That was,
Because they have a lot of needs out there, I know from talking to Angela,
Yeah.
but.
well, that's because there's a lot of moving parts there in terms of continued staffing,
Okay,
you know,
and maybe the building,
the
redoing some of the
building,
things in the
what do we
building. Okay.
do?
Right.
And if we have to, if it can't be, continue to be operated, there's going to be some expense in relocation and so on and so forth. We're already in a situation where the insurance company won't insure it.
Right.
So, you know, I mean, they're going to the specialty market, but I'm not entirely optimistic about that. So I think we have to hedge our bets a little bit, because if we can't operate, we're going to be on the hook for whatever happens.
At least for a year until they can be relocated. Oh, but what I'm saying is though, from what I've seen, and I've talked to Dr. Souter about this extensively, you know, we're what, 11 out of 91 counties or 92 counties that still have a home, and we're
Yeah.
one of the few that still manages it ourselves.
Yeah.
The problem is, no one's gonna take over the management of that place.
Not in the
Not the
not in the
condition it's in.
facilities it's in, no.
It's not ADA
No.
compliant, on and on and on. There's so many negatives. I think we just have to be honest with ourselves and say, 600 grand ain't gonna do anything, because to rebuild that
No, it's not.
is 5 million.
Yeah.
Thanks, Todd. I just had a question about it because I've been looking into Sunny Meadows
Yeah.
stuff, so.
It's probably, I'm just throwing a number out there.
Yeah.
I mean, the opportunity, if we could have seized it, would have been like the Children's First Center, if we could have bought that building for the 400,000, that was
Yeah,
a
the
screaming
old- the old
deal.
Day Springs building or whatever.
And then revamped it, spent $1 million on it or something. But guys, my concern, and I'm just being, and I don't want to make this political, I don't want to sling any mud with each other. What I want to say is, I'm very concerned that I want to keep it operating under the radar like we've done.
But let's do this. For now, let's take the $600,000 out. Let's see where we end up balance-wise, and then maybe we can put some of it back in.
Yeah.
But for now, for the sake of
Yeah,
getting
I
some
mean,
numbers,
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Let's take it
suggesting.
out.
That's what I'm saying, and leave the
Okay.
144 there, because
Let's
there's going
take
to
it
be
out.
some upgrades that need to be done. We might have to help with the staffing, like Mike said,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? We might have to, and again, we'll throw this to council, of course.
Yeah.
But I think we really need to say, 600 isn't going to even put a dent in to rebuild it.
Well, no,
So-
and the reason that was put in there, let me go back to the original intent.
Yeah.
was if the absolute worst case scenario comes about and we can't continue to operate the home, it'll take a good chunk of that to shut everything down and
To bridge us
find
over.
facilities. Yeah.
I understand
Why
that.
would it take that much to shut that down? I don't think I can agree with that.
Well, I think what he's saying is to find homes for them, keep it
relocate.
operating, but I think we can keep it operating long enough.
Yeah.
We need to be smart in this and say, you know what, maybe this isn't working. And we need to maybe even start saying, hey, this may not be able to continue. We might have to find a way to start getting people out of there.
Well,
If-
we're not taking new residents in.
Unless we can keep it operating the way we currently do.
You know, and that's really the question is, you know, I mean, I don't think anybody really wants to shut
No,
it down,
no.
you know, but.
Well, there's people
we've got-
do, but yeah.
Well, yeah,
Well,
but,
we don't have any crystal ball here.
Yeah.
We don't know if we're going to need a 600,000 or not.
yeah.
Right.
So let's take it out for
But we
now.
do know we need bridges, roads,
Yeah.
chillers,
Let's
stuff
go
that's
on.
mandated by, see,
Let's go on down the list and then we'll get to the
Because-
bridge and roads and
because
chill.
Sunny Meadows is not mandated we keep it open.
Let's
No,
go on
that's-
down
that's
the
true.
list and elimination.
Yes, but I just
Okay.
want to make that point that Sunny Meadows is not mandated we keep it open. The jail
Right.
and the highway, we have to
We
keep
have to keep
open.
it.
Okay, just I want to make that
No
point.
argument there.
All right.
Yeah.
Drain and ditch engineering. I think that can come out.
I think most of that can come out. I maybe leave a little bit in there for any, you know, but considering the current state of the surveyor's office and how well things are going, I don't think that we need that.
No.
I think you take the majority out, but what do you think? Leave like 50 grand in there or something? Mike?
Yeah, I'd take 425 out and leave the rest.
Yeah, I would say reduce by 425.
Reduce it to 425?
Yeah, so leave,
it out.
Reduce it by 425.
yeah, reduce by 425, so leave like 53,000 in there.
Yeah.
Does that make sense, Susan, to you? Did I say that correctly?
Yep, we're good.
All right.
Okay. Sunny Meadows, we leave.
Yep.
Broadband, 1.961.
1964, yeah.
Yeah, we're talking, well, we don't know that number, but we're talking tentatively maybe 1.6. If we go with the Lakeland plan. So we probably, what, you want to leave the rest of that in there, leave that, the 1.961 in there?
I would suggest we just leave that alone until we
Leave it
know
alone.
what's going
I
on.
do too until we know the program.
Yeah.
Because I
there's
still have a
other
monthly fee to pay.
You-
We still pay our monthly
consultant.
consultant.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I think we need to leave
There's,
that for now until we know what the real numbers are gonna
There's
be.
at least,
agree.
at least 3 other providers that are applied for next level 4,
Yeah.
next level connection.
While we're talking about that real quick, because this is a related broadband, did you get, Byler sent that, or email about us giving a letter of support for them to do the next level? We're gonna do that, right? Or,
we should.
We should. I've got a template there. Susan can print it off and.
Andrew, we received a letter from them asking us just to put a letter of support that they can apply for the next level
It
grant.
doesn't,
And it doesn't affect us
Combine the county or
financially.
anything.
it doesn't commit anything.
No,
You've
so,
got that, Susan, you can print that off. You,
No, but I think Mike's gonna send it to me.
okay.
If I can find it.
I've got it right here if you want me to shoot it to Susan.
Okay,
ahead.
Baker Tilly fees.
I've got a template that's already written
Okay,
out.
I'm sorry.
Baker Tilly fees. That needs to stay in, I assume, or not.
That's already, oh, no, that hasn't been. Yeah, we shouldn't have any more.
I don't remember why that was there.
I think we did it contingent.
Did we pay? We've already paid them.
We've already paid them what we owe them, I think.
I believe so.
But I think we could reduce that significantly, if not eliminate it, unless, Mike, you see, I mean, you're.
No,
you-
I don't see anything else coming from Baker Tilly.
Okay, 50,000.
So we'll just take it out, Ren, right?
Take it out.
Okay.
Okay, coming on down, Highway Department project, 1.25 million, that goes towards the new build, right? How does that balance out? So we've got that bond, what's actually owed on, What's going to be owed on the highway project beyond the bond?
Well, the whole project was like
9?
9 something, so we
9
only.
million something.
Right, and so the bond was only 6 million, so the difference of
This was
that,
figured in as a payment,
Yes,
That's a payment.
like a cash.
yes.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Right, to bring down the total.
Right, so
but
we
what
didn't need the bonds.
But what we can't do is use ARPA money to pay down the bond. In other words,
No.
we can use the money to help construct,
Right.
but we can't pay down the bond.
Right,
So I think we got to leave it because it's already committed.
yeah.
you
yeah.
have to leave it because that
Yeah.
was how we got the bond.
That's how we got the bond. If anything, you need to add to it, but then again, what would you add for? I don't really want to spend any more money on that building than what we've contracted. I'd rather use it for highway
Well, the
repair.
other parts of it would be like anything extra that we didn't, I don't know, soft costs or.
But we have some contingency money there, don't we?
We do, we're at, I've got claims that are going in January and February, so we're down to 265,000.
In the contingency, which is still significant though.
Yeah,
So I'm not sure
I
we
don't
need
know,
to,
see, I don't know what else comes, so it's hard for me to tell you
yeah.
in that aspect.
We probably have to leave that.
I think we just leave it, yeah.
Okay, county dispatch tower upgrades, 379,000.
We don't need that.
We don't need that.
That
Because
just,
We
we,
already took the highway tower out
Yes.
of that,
Mm-hmm.
so.
yeah,
Yeah,
so that's out.
Yep.
so we got 379, 989
Right.
and 89 cents.
Hey, don't forget that 89 cents.
Let's just round that. Okay. Greenhouse generator,
greenhouse.
courthouse, it's, boy, I'm way
I
past
know,
lunch.
it's
Courthouse
lunchtime.
generator, don't we have it, we got that bought?
We're already in on that,
What was that,
We haven't
131?
purchased it yet.
but we signed an agreement? Didn't we give them
Yeah.
the go-ahead on it?
Yeah,
Yeah, so I mean, we've committed, but what was the total? Wasn't it 179,000?
I'd have to go back and look.
That or 131?
Could we leave it as it is and use the rest, or reduce it some, but use the rest to pay our contracts or service maintenance on our others or something? I mean, one of the things that, when does this money have to be completely
It has to be
appropriated?
committed
Committed.
by December 31st of this year. It has
This
to
year.
be- Has to be spent by December 31st of
Right, and
26.
and December 31st is going to come pretty quick, guys. I don't want to jump and just blow money, don't get me wrong,
All right, well, it's not gonna be much.
but it's time to start spending it.
Yeah,
I agree.
what was it?
I can't find it.
Can't find the
No,
generator.
I don't know, for some reason I can't search.
It was in the 100,000 range, but I think we could reduce that somewhat.
I had something I had wrote down, 131,000 on it.
I've slept since then.
Yeah, I have too, but I had it wrote down. I know we approved it, because Larry was here.
Yeah.
We went through all
Yeah,
that.
we did. Because we had two
got
different
it?
quotes and they were slightly different sizes. And one didn't include the pad, which we said we could get someone else to,
Okay, so one was 186,238 and one was 112,708.
How much?
112,708 and this one was 186,238.
what did we approve though? That 112 doesn't ring a bell to me.
I think we approved the 186 one.
Oh, you know what it was? One of them wasn't one of them moving the generator later or something like that? Or I can't remember, or positioning it at the jail and bringing power under the road? I can't, was there some crazy concept we came up with? I should remember this stuff.
Yeah, I think there was something like that.
And then we decided to locate it on the courthouse property. And, one was we were going to share it with the court, with the jail, I think. That's what it was. And then we were going to move it to the new jail.
Yeah, the 186 is putting it down by the jail.
Right. We didn't approve that.
No.
We need to find out what we approved for sure.
I'm looking.
Okay. I know you'll find it. Brain's like a computer. You don't even need that computer. You just
Yes, I do.
While she's finding that, just for time, I think everything in IT we're fairly committed to that we have down there, right?
Yeah, most of that's already spent, that's already been paid, done and paid.
Because I know the Spillman upgrade we agreed to, the WatchGuard, the Cisco phone network switches we're committed to, and the upgrades in cybersecurity. I don't remember the details on that, but I don't want to shortchange our IT. IT is I mean, that's big, and Jack does a phenomenal job. I want that transition to go good too when he requires to make sure that that department's well-funded and ready to go. So I'd have a hard time cutting any of that out of there, guys.
No, I don't think we can skimp there.
Yeah, I think other than the generator, we're probably
Yeah.
at the end of the list.
And, let's just look what we've done already. We've already generated, see, 1,125,000,
What you got?
1,075,000, 1,575,000. We've almost saved $2 million just in this 10 minutes,
131,900,
is what we agreed to,
and that was
What I
not,
had wrote down.
and that was
not
not
including the pad.
right.
So add another 10 grand of cost possibly. I don't think it'd be that much.
Let's say 150.
Yeah, I think we reduce it by
So we-
100
So we
grand.
take 100 out of there.
What do you think, Mike? Reduce the generator by 100, the generator's 131,000.
Yeah, that covers us.
Let's take 100 out,
Okay,
reduce by 100. So we're over 2 million in savings right now,
right now, that's what we got to work with,
yes.
in other words.
And that would help with a chiller, that'd help with some roads, some bridges, whatever we need.
We got to match County Road 56, 1.5.
Right,
Yeah.
that would be a good use
It's
of money.
1.4, about 1.4 by Tobin, and he agreed, maybe a little cushion in there in case there's some overrun. So 1.5 for highway.
I would be very supportive of that. I'm telling you, our roads, it is so important to have good roads and bridges. I mean, people, that's one of the biggest complaints we get if you think about it. Our road is this is not, and if I run a business too, I know that good roads bring me good business. And businesses pay a lot of tax. They pay employees that pay tax. I just think our basic infrastructure needs to be our priority, stuff that we have to do. I think we're doing good things right now, so.
Okay, so on the County Road 56, the original plan was, the American Heritage Village TIF was putting in 300,000. Commissioners were gonna do another 300,000, and the commissioners also increased by 47,000 because of some bad dirt or something. So for this initial, the 1,019,000 that I need to pay, I can use the rest of the money that American Heritage TIF has left. I can do the 347,000 that commissioners are paying out of their lighted. And then that leaves like 553,000, little more, that can come from rainy day.
So you're saying this,
So
we don't need to take the 1.5 out of this?
not the full 1.5. So that's just to get the initial 1,019,000 that needs paid in the 60 days.
Right.
So then, but the thing is we'll have, another, say, 500 and some thousand for the full, plus we'll have the, 2024 community crossings match. And the other part that is where he's short is the, if you guys decide to do that county road or that bridge 17 or whatever he was just talking to you about.
Yeah.
That's the other part that is short. I have planned the match for the 25 CCMG in what I've been working on. But the bridge 17, I don't have any of that part planned.
See, and that's why I'd rather take this money. I'd like to keep Ben on a schedule with the crossing grant to keep our roads improved as needed instead of saying, oh, we got to have this bridge emergency. Well, we have emergency money ready now that's doing nothing for us. Let's throw some of that at that bridge. Let's try to keep it clean where we're not saying, well, let's take 200 from ARPA, 300 from here, let's say, you know what? He needs a bridge that's 1.3 million. Pay it out of ARPA, just be done with it. We're gonna spend it one way or another. Why not spend it for stuff we have to have, and why make it harder for Ben to say, okay, now I can't do this road because I gotta replace this bridge. Now we got people, because people don't understand too that bridges are 1.3 million. They just know that their road is crappy and they want it fixed. You know what I'm saying? So I just think these big bridge projects at $1.2 million, $1.3 million, if we've got the cash sitting, write the check and just get it over with. And then stay on that community crossing grant to keep your roads. Let the state do that where we only match, what, the 20%, I think?
And that'd still leave us enough for County Road 56.
Yeah, because we're only talking, what, 400 grand there roughly, Susan?
Yeah,
Yeah.
4 or 5.
Yeah, 4 to 5. So that's what I would suggest, guys, is that we,
So let me just, I'm not advocating for anything, I'm just asking the question.
Sure,
So we're going to scrap any help for the St. Joe?
no, I want to
water
throw that
project?
back in. I think we should
Okay.
help them because we did help Waterloo.
Yeah, okay, all
And I
right.
think it would be very unfair
Yeah.
to give Waterloo 200 and give them zilch.
Yeah, I just wondered to see where we were at.
Now, one thing I would like to make clear, though, I think, and I'm not blaming anyone, and so please, whoever's listening, don't take this wrongly. They knew this was going to need replaced for a while. They didn't raise rates forever. And there needs to be a little better planning on, and I know this is more of a volunteer position there, so I don't want to beat up on anyone. It's not like these people make big money and they drop the ball, but they need to really plan a little better and not say, hey, we got a $3 million problem now. And so I think we need to help them though, but what number did they ask for initially? Do you remember?
Well, their project is a 1.8 million.
They didn't really,
They just asked for help.
They
Yeah, they
asked
just
for
asked for help.
whatever help that we might be willing to give them.
What's the size of their community compared to Waterloo, roughly?
Oh, it's much smaller.
I mean,
St.
a
Joe's
fourth?
only,
A fifth?
St. Joe is maybe 800 people.
Oh, so, and Waterloo's probably what, 7,000?
Yeah.
So if we use it just by size, I think if we gave them 50 grand, I'm not opposed to that. I think they could use some help, and I'd like to see them have good water, you know, so.
That's pretty important.
I think, my number in my head, guys, was 50,000, and that might be more generous than others are thinking, but,
I was a little higher than that.
oh, were you? Okay.
Yeah, I was too.
50,000 ain't gonna make
Not
much
gonna get
difference.
anywhere now.
Okay.
So
Well, I'm just comparing it to what we gave Waterloo and Waterloo's size versus their size. That's the only thing. I'm trying to be fair
St. Joe's,
size-wise.
St. Joe's size really penalizes them more on a project that size than
Yes.
Waterloo because they can't spread it out.
And that's true, and the cost of the infrastructure to put in, spread over fewer people, is more expensive to
Yeah,
maintain.
yeah,
So
yeah.
what are you guys thinking then? I'm open to suggestions.
Be honest with you, initially I was thinking 200,
Yeah,
same as Waterloo.
Okay.
I could come down off of that.
that's where I was too.
Was it?
Yeah.
Waterloo population was 2,116, just 2,000 people is what it said according to Wikipedia.
Okay. Well, and Wikipedia's never wrong because it's written by anyone who wants to write.
There you go, there you go.
No, but it's probably correct.
Good point.
Well, I think that's a lot, considering they're not near as big. Is there any room for discussion there, or you guys just stuck on 200?
No, I'm not stuck. 150.
I could go for 150.
Could you go 150?
I'd go, yeah, I want to help them. They're in dire straits here.
I'm all right with that, just,
And they, being small, they didn't get the ARPA money that the bigger cities got, you know, they got a smaller amount. Let's pencil in 150 for their sewer.
For the sake of putting a number in there, yeah.
Yeah.
not sewers, drinking water.
Yeah, that's right, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Because they had a tank that was actually failing, right? I mean, there's a
yeah. It's a metal tank.
a metal tank that's
Yeah.
actually failing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rusted. Do you want to get us the numbers at some point? Why don't you, when you get that worked up?
I can. Are you wanting me to put this proposal to council on the 14th.
And I think how we need to present it, guys, and hopefully they're listening to our meetings, is, hey, we're not taking out anything that is needed. We're taking out what we know isn't gonna happen.
Yeah.
And we have immediate needs that are cropping up that we have to address. And if we don't address them, it's gonna have to come out of general fund, lighted, whatever, might even have to raise taxes before it's over, and nobody wants to do that, so.
Let's do that, yeah. Clean it up, Susan, get us a number, give us the balance left. And then we can take that balance left and put it back in the Sunny Meadows, or if something else comes up. Another thing I had in mind was the covered bridge roof, but may have to wait another year. I don't know, or we take it out of something else.
And I'm not afraid to do
Something we
that.
need to address.
I think that area, Spencerville, could really, really grow. I think that bridge, if they would get that park going and really, that could bring some revenue and some travel here, and I think we need to preserve that bridge. The roof is very important.
Well, their attendance numbers are really off the charts
Yeah.
there on that bridge. And we see those at the Visitors Bureau.
Yeah.
You know, they bring a lot of people in.
So
Okay,
I wouldn't be afraid to throw some money into that roof if we decide to go that route,
What
because
we figure that was 150 grand probably
I'll bet that roof's every bit of 150 grand.
for a metal.
Yeah, and what we need to find out is if we
Yeah,
can do
if
a
we can put a
metal.
metal one on historically.
But I think a metal, have you seen some of these new metal roofs that looks like shake? It's amazing.
Yeah.
You can't tell the difference from 50 foot.
No, only if you're standing on top of the roof.
Yeah, yeah. And the advantage of the metal too is lightning strikes, won't catch the bridge on fire. They ground them. They put it up there and earth ground them. Hail doesn't affect them. Termites don't affect them. I mean, it's just, it's the way to go. I know we're going into the weeds there and everyone wants to leave. I just wanted to, I'm glad we talked about this because this has been bothering me.
Well, yeah.
So,
Okay, so what Bill has is that letter, I put it on your letterhead and made it all you guys, so Bill just needs to sign it
is that
for
for,
the,
That's for the
The broad-
next level connections,
yeah, the next
broadband.
level.
okay, let me read it real quick and let's,
does that need,
We'll
does
need-
that need to name Lakeland Internet?
No,
No, that's
that
just
just
in
covers
support.
The whole bit.
next level,
The whole,
the whole Oprah grant process. Yeah.
Okay.
so you want a motion to have Bill sign this letter to Lieutenant Governor Suzanne Crouch, right? Do we need a motion for that or
Yeah,
just an agreement? that-
Might as
I'll
well.
make a motion.
Let's do a motion.
Sign the letter of support for the grant, next level connections for.
And I will second.
A motion and a second, discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion carries.
I guess just one signature will do the trick.
Okay. Anything else?
Just double check, I don't think so.
Well, get to New Haven in 30 minutes.
I got one more thing, but it can wait.
Yeah.
It is a deal, but it can wait.
All right, I'm good.
Okay. Everybody's happy? And we will stand
Happy.
adjourned.